Did technology wipe out serial killers? We were talking about that the other day. About how, not even with serial killers. Bro, murdering somebody today, not impossible, but really hard. Like, if you were alive in the 1800s, you could have just walked up to somebody, shot him in the face, and left. Not even hidden the body. You could have your fingerprints all... How do you know? Because there's cameras everywhere. And forensics. If you were alive in the... Bro, people always glaze, like, some serial killers that were alive in, like, the 1700s. I'm like, yeah. I don't even like that, using the word term glazed, because they were serial killers. But people will be like, they were so sneaky. So sneaky? If you were a serial killer in the 1700s, 1800s, you could walk up to somebody, stab them, walk away, have blood, piss, urine come anywhere over. They have no idea. If nobody saw the guy that killed him, they just go, I don't know, dude. It was dark outside. And then you move on.
Why did the so-called golden age of serial killers come to...
All right, I don't want to call it golden age of serial killers. Like we were in the Renaissance.
...such an abrupt end? Maybe because the world changed. Because the net closed in. Because cameras went up, databases went live, phones started ringing 3 digits instead of 10, 911. And the internet connected everything. See, the monsters didn't stop. The world stopped letting them move. Did technology kill?
There's still serial killers that exist. I'm pretty sure the U.S. has like an estimated... Yeah, the U.S. estimated at... The FBI has previously estimated as many as 500 serial killers are active in the United States. More accurate sources suggest a limited number of 20 to 25 or 20 to 50 active serial killers at any given moment. There's serial killers active. But it's like not as many as there were back then.
The serial killer? Welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. If you've been following along, you know I've been building a series asking, where did all the serial killers go? What killed the so-called golden age of serial killers? You know, that strange, terrifying stretch in the 70s and 80s when it felt like Kemper, Berkowitz, and Ramirez were everywhere all at once.
I feel like that was because in the 70s and 80s, serial killers had the maximal amount of technology and things at their hands that they could use to kill and use other people. But that technology wasn't advanced enough yet to go against them, right? Like they had fast cars, they had phones, they had stuff, but tracking and knowing and being able to use that against people that were committing crimes with them was not possible or hard.
So far, I've tackled lead poisoning, DNA, long-haul trucking, even the controversial idea that serial killers just evolved into mass shooters. If you're new here, hit subscribe, check out the backlog, and...
Really? I feel like there is a difference between mass shooters and serial killers. Not in like in a moral sense, it's both terrible, but I'm saying like the motivation between somebody being a mass shooter and a serial killer, I feel like one is wanting to just watch the world burn and like borderline like anarchy, sociopath shit. The other serial killing is more like they like the chase. They like the idea of getting away with it. Mass killers aren't trying to get away with it. Like they're just going in, killing people, and then either shooting themselves or getting taken down.
Because honestly, that's where half of the real conversation happens. There are thousands of theories down there in some cases, and I love reading through.
How many murders have you passed in your life? I think that's a statistic. It varies by person, but how many murderers does the average person walk past in their life? The average person unknowingly crosses paths with 16 to 36 murderers. But like that depends on your like where you are, who you are. Like if you live in New York City, it's probably higher.
Through them. But today,
like if you live in fucking rural Wyoming, you might never encounter a murderer.
I want to zoom out a little wider. I want to talk about technology in the big sense. The stuff that turned the late 20th century into the early 21st. Not just DNA, but everything else. Let's start with this chart. Because you know I love a good chart. And if you've been around here for a little while, this...
Serial killings have flatlined?
Because you know I love a good chart.
There's no way it's at 0. 0. But in 1980, it was 100 people.
And if you've been around here for a little while, this chart is starting to look very, very familiar. Serial killing.
Do you think the average person in the U.S. in the 80s was like, a woman was like genuinely fearful of... I know women today don't like feel safe, obviously, at night in like a dark alley or like situations where they could be vulnerable. But I'm saying, do you think it was like a daily thought for an average woman in the 80s in like a big city to be like, like this guy might actually be a serial killer?
In early 80s, spiking way above anything seen before. Then, suddenly, by like mid 90s, downhill, a sharp decline. By the 2000s, the line is flat. I mean, barely a shadow of its former self. Now, overlay another line, technological adoption. Home computers, cell phones, surveillance cameras, national crime databases, the spread of 911 systems, the internet.
Yeah, it's not even just like cameras and surveillance. It's like tracking, bro. The evidence of like, even if you're good at hiding prints and you are able to hide yourself and hide the body, the police are going to know where and when you took this person because everybody has a phone on them and all phones have trackers. And they're able to tap into that and see where and when you were and where you disappeared, when you disappeared, where the phone went. Like, you can't hide your trail.
And those two ATMs with of 911 systems, the internet. The rise of caller ID, ATMs with cameras, even store security systems. And those two lines, look, they almost cross like an X. As the killers drop, tech rises. Coincidence? As we see again, maybe. But again, hard to ignore the timing. When I first started looking at this, it reminded me of my own hometown, actually, when we first started installing its first set of traffic cameras. People complained like crazy. It's like, oh, Big Brother's watching. They said it was pointless. But guess what happened? Car accidents at that intersection where they put in the first ones dropped by like almost half. I mean, not because people suddenly cared about safety, but because they knew they were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator.
I feel like traffic cameras, though, like, I don't think people were upset more with traffic cameras for the effect of like, oh, Big Brother. I think it's more like, damn, I ran a stoplight and it just took a picture of my plate. Is that more agreeable? I feel like that's more what people are annoyed with. Nobody cares about a traffic camera like recording info. It's when they use that to give you a ticket because you ran a yellow and it hit red and now you're getting charged, you know, fucking hundreds of dollars. You got points on your license. You're going to be like, oh, this sucks. You know, that's what people are upset about.
They were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator in 1977. No cameras, no databases, no caller ID. It was like the wild...
No fucking street lights! That's another thing. You could stab somebody right out in the open. There were no lights anywhere. Yes, there were street lights. They existed, but they were more far and few between. In the 70s, used a lot of other random shit. And when you have that, there was no need to be like, what if somebody sees me? Because it's fucking pitch black everywhere.
NCIC, National Crime Information Center, went live in 1967, but it really came into its own in the 80s and 90s.
The National Crime Information Center is a computerized system serving all law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal.
You could think of it as like a giant digital filing cabinet for law enforcement across the U.S. It stores everything. Criminal records.
Oh my God.
Stolen
What, so if you're a serial killer that's moving across multiple states, it's easier for county and city police to also get roped in on it and find out things about you rather than it just being some high-grade CIA type shit, FBI. They're looking into a guy that's like cross-country killing people as a trucker. Now they could just see that.
warrants, fingerprints. Suddenly, You got a cop in Nebraska could type in a license plate and know instantly if it was connected to a crime in Arizona. I mean, that was revolutionary. Then came VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, launched by the FBI in 1985. VICAP was designed specifically with serial offenders in mind. It's a database that tracks the details of violent crimes, methods, victim types, crime scene signatures, and it looks for patterns across jurisdictions. So if a strangulation in Kansas looked eerily similar to one in Oklahoma, VICAP could flag it. Before that, those cases would have lived and died in separate filing cabinets. I mean, that...
I still think there's serial killers that exist today. It's just like, I don't want to say it's like more low profile, but like, bro, like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy, bro, they'd be killing people like every other month. Like, it would be nonstop. I feel like serial killers now, they'll kill a guy, wait 5 years, kill a guy, and then that's not showing up, right? Like, they're still a serial killer. They still have a profile of an individual that they're tracking down. They've been doing this their whole life. They wait for it. But they're like separating it to a point where it's not showing up of like, oh, this seems like a pattern because it's so spaced out.
That seems absolutely huge, don't you think? I mean, even if it wasn't perfect, and VICAP especially struggled in the early years because not every department was using it properly or reporting it. It was the beginning of a net, though. A net that got tighter every single year. Let's talk about cameras. In the 70s, you could walk down a street, grab someone, shove them into a car, and unless somebody physically saw you with their own 2 eyes...
Yo, and even if they did, you wear a mask. All right, so what do you have info on the suspect? I don't know, man. He was wearing a mask and gloves. I don't even know what skin color he was. He was like this tall. He was driving a car. About useless ass information. Nobody helping you.
You were invisible. Surveillance cameras were incredibly rare. Grainy if they were there and just local. By the late 90s, though, suddenly cameras are everywhere. So look at Israel Keys. He thought he was smarter than the system. He planned meticulously, stashed kill kits across states, went to extraordinary lengths to beat the system and go undetected. But when he abducted Samantha Koenig in 2012, cameras began closing the circle almost immediately. An ATM camera caught him withdrawing money from her account. Gas station cameras picked up the car he was driving. Each frame, each timestamp, stitched together his trail.
Bro, that's why I really think, like, I don't want to say most, but I would feel like most or a lot of modern serial killers have to be either lawyers or, like, in law enforcement or tech. Because they have to know everything. Like, I really think it would be like Dexter. Like, that's the only way that... because how do you just know this information? Because you would be like Googling stuff that would put you on a fucking watch list. Like, if you were actually trying to plan out like how to kill someone, you would just have to know it. Like, there would have to be a reason.
In another era, he probably would have slipped through. So here's where I think about my own childhood again. I grew up in the 90s, so when the first camcorders were becoming a little more common, my friend's mom had one of these giant ones, it was like this big. It basically had a VCR attached to it. She'd bring it to our baseball games, and it looked like a news crew was showing up. But by the time I was in high school, cameras, they were getting smaller. We had digital cameras, right? Like those Canon Power Shots and stuff. And then
now, bro, now it's like, yo, now they got the meta glasses, bro. You ain't even know if somebody's recording. You're a serial killer trying to like lure a guy and kill him, and he's like, hey, buddy, got the metas. Got the meta. Actually, I'm live on Twitch. Actually, I'm live on Twitch right now.
A few years later, of course, phones. I can't even imagine being able to do something violent in public and not ending up on like a dozen lenses at this point. See, serial killers are predators of opportunity. Take away anonymity, and you're taking away half their hunting ground.
This is 911. Do you have an emergency?
It's easy to forget how revolutionary the 911 system was. I assumed it had been around like practically forever.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a mad stupid question right now. When did that exist? Did they just not have that before? Obviously, like way back, no, but even in like the 60s, you couldn't just call for help on like a landline?
Pretty shocked when researching for this very episode to learn that nationwide adoption of 911, that didn't even start until the 80s. And it was
What? So what would you do in like the 50s? Just fucking deal with it? Nothing? Somebody just has a heart attack, you're like, oh, I guess I gotta drive you to the hospital or you're dead.
wasn't even until the mid-90s that it was like standard. Before that, you had to find a landline, know the number for the local police, and like pray to God and hope that they picked up. That's fucking wild. Oh, he's having a heart attack. Quick, somebody call 55.
Quick, somebody call a 12-digit phone number and then wait on the line for the person to connect you. By the time they even answer, he'll be dead.
557372768. Like, Jesus. Now add caller ID. Before the 90s, a guy like BTK could torment the police and victims' families even. Endless anonymous phone calls. Technology finally broke that tool too. I mean, imagine a serial killer somehow missed that memo. Like, imagine BTK. Hello, this is BTK calling. Says here, this is Dennis Rader. Oh shit. Hey, well, I got you. You know if it's possible by chance to trace a floppy disk? I mean, that's kind of funny, but it's literally how it went down, idiot. He asked the police through a newspaper personal ad, which is how they were kind of communicating.
He asked the police if they could track floppy disks.
If it was possible to trace a floppy disk. Obviously, the police responded with, no, of course not. No.
Okay, I know floppy disk is like an early version of a CD, but what do they mean track a floppy disk? Like track the info on it or like trace it back to him if they got the floppy disk?
So dumb old Dennis sends a floppy disk to the police. Metadata
Why would he just send them a fucking floppy disk?
immediately traced it back to a computer at Dennis's church. And speaking of computers, the internet changed everything. Not just for killers, but for victims too. In the 70s, if someone went missing, word traveled very slowly. Posters on telephone poles. You've seen it on movies and TV, but for real, posters on telephone poles. I mean, local news. Maybe
Milk carton shit, dude. Some kid goes missing, somebody goes missing. Dude, I'll even see that, like, you'll see that in cities today. Like, somebody's dog went missing, they'll be like, reward. And I'm always like, I'll keep an eye out, but I'm not going to remember the fucking phone number. So then if you find the dog, you have to find the pole that had the picture on it so you could call the number and be like, I have your dog. I feel bad, but I'm like, it's so inefficient of like, hey, this German Shepherd is missing. If you find it, call us. Like, I'm not going to save the number.
a missing persons alert can go viral in hours.
Yeah, but then you have their collar, and it might have it on their collar. That's true. But then at that point, then what's the missing posters for? Just so people keep their eyes out?
Shared across the globe, entire communities mobilized on.
Oh, I feel like Amber Alert, dude. We didn't even talk about that. Amber Alert definitely fucked over serial killers too, man. Amber Alert, I always see those, and I'm like, damn, what if you see that person, bro? Amber Alert, 6'3" man in all red. You look out your apartment window, he's just right there. I would think that I'm not actually experiencing this, and I would be like, okay, I don't want to false report this, but that is eerily similar to what I just saw.
Online. I mean, look at Luca Magnotta. See, he wanted to be infamous, and he used the internet as his stage. Before he ever killed a person, he posted disturbing videos online of animal cruelty. Entire internet communities spotted the clips, debated whether they were real, and started trying to track him down. So when he murders Jun Lin in 2012, he filmed it, uploaded the footage, and then fled the country. And here's where the internet really showed its power. Interpol alerts went out, news stories raced ahead of him, and thousands of strangers on the internet picked up the trail. So if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary, this one, Don't Fuck with Cats, you know the story. A handful of amateur sleuths on Facebook went full.
Just found him in a different country? How the fuck did they do that? They like tracked his airplane?
They froze frames, analyzed the backgrounds, tracked.
Oh my God, like some GeoGuessr shit. Oh my God. Like he takes a video of himself somewhere on like a street and they're like, I know where this is.
Down items in the room, even trying to triangulate his location based on things like the style of electrical outlets. See, for better or worse, the internet made it possible for the average person to play detective. And it's not always a good thing. Vigilante internet investigators can easily misidentify people, ruin innocent lives even. But
yeah.
In Magnata's case, it created a pressure cooker. He couldn't move without someone online trying to pin him down. He was finally caught by technology and his own vanity. He went into an internet cafe in Berlin, logged online to read stories. What do you think he was reading about? Himself. The clerk recognized him, called the police, and the net snapped shut.
Wow.
Now, here's the pushback.
In fucking Berlin, he kills somebody in the U.S., flees to Europe, and somebody's like, I know this guy. I've never even heard of that dude before. Have you guys heard of him? He was just like fucking killing cats on like Live Leak or something, and then he murdered somebody and filmed it.
He killed the serial killer. Why do we still see cases pop up? Why do we still uncover guys like Samuel Little, who confessed to killing 90 women over decades? Seems to me that maybe some killers adapted. They targeted the most vulnerable, the homeless, sex workers, addicts. People society still tends to overlook. Even with tech, if nobody cares enough to look for the victim, the predator.
That is very true. That's what people always say about like how if somebody gets murdered and they're from like a wealthier family, the police or that city will try harder, which is like fucked. But it's like, dude, if you kill like a homeless crackhead, I'm not gonna say nobody, but like the odds of somebody looking for you are a lot less than if you kill somebody of like prominent positioning in a school or a city or a town, you know.
Can slip through. So maybe it's not that technology ended serial killers entirely. Maybe it's just made the game harder. The careers that used to last decades now burn out in 1 or 2 murders. And that brings me to the bigger question. Did technology really kill the serial killer, or did it just change the shape of the shadows? Because every time we build a new wall, predators find a crack. DNA, database.
What, so he's saying maybe there are serial killers out right now, but nobody's connecting the dots yet because they're doing it in a different way?
Bases, cameras. They close doors, but human darkness doesn't just vanish. It adapts. And maybe the scariest thought is this. For all the progress we've made, are we just fooling ourselves? Is safety real? Or is it just another illusion until the next predator figures out how to beat the system? What do you think? Did technology end the golden age of serial killers? Or
I don't think it okay, golden age maybe. I don't think it gets rid of serial killers. I don't think you would ever be able to get rid of serial killers. But I think it's a lot harder to be a serial killer now than it used to be. But yes, I also like I've completely forgot about like the homeless thing. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a serial killer that goes to like Skid Row and just murders people and then leaves. Right? Because that's already such a huge homeless population. Nobody's looking into that. People die all the time there, and there's barely any investigations. So it's like, in instances like that, I could really see like people like jumping around from like Kensington to Skid Row to like fucking areas where there's just a lot of homeless people or people that are kind of off the books in terms of like, you know, income, society, jobs, connections. So when they died, nobody even finds out until months later. And then it's like, well, you know, they probably got murdered by another homeless guy and they don't really look into it. And so it's like, there's probably serial killers that do that. But it's like, even then, now their options are more limited. It's not as easy for them to be like luring people at a bar and then like bringing them back and trying to turn them into zombies like Jeffrey Dahmer would. It's not that serial killers are dropped. It's police departments, state AGs are afraid to label anything until after the fact comes out. Yeah. Oh, because they don't want to like worry the public or something and be like, we think this is a serial killer. It's like the Fermi paradox all explains the combined, cutting down the numbers until they're tiny. I don't know. There could be a serial killer in chat. Yeah. More likely like just a murderer, not a serial killer. Like serial killers are far and few between. But murderers are more common. Still uncommon to the regular population, but... Neon sign versus vacuum cleaner, which would be easier to build in ancient Egypt?
If you were sent back to ancient Egypt and had to build a vacuum cleaner or a neon sign before you could come back, which would you choose?
Neon sign, it's not even close. Are you fucking kidding me? A vacuum? Also, how did he come up with this? Like, why is this a YouTube video? Why are we arguing about which would be easier to make in ancient Egypt, a vacuum or a neon sign? Neon sign. Vacuum cleaner? Chat, you need suction and gears. You would have to have an engine. Neon sign, you could get, like, electricity through some weird fucking waterway. You would have to generate electricity and then power the neon sign, but I feel like that's a lot easier than making a fucking vacuum. Have you ever seen a Swiffer wet jet, chat? Pretty hard to fucking make. Have you ever seen one of the Dyson vacuums? Pretty hard to fucking make. That guy's the MacGyver of the 21st century. It's not easy to make a vacuum.
One is a glass tube filled with electrified gas. The other,
Okay, I kind of perceived neon sign as like a copper tube that was just really hot, and then they like changed the color or something. I was thinking like, oh, you get it struck by lightning. It's filled with gas. You need pure neon for a neon sign.
Which would you choose? One is a glass tube filled with electrified gas. The other, an electric motor housed in a tiny box. Since you're not here and Fred is, we're gonna send him back in time instead of you and force him to build each of these common modern day gadgets in ancient Egypt before he can come back and enjoy another In-N-Out burger. So let's go see which process.
When was the wheel invented? 3500 BCE. When were the pyramids built? Yo, they ain't even got a wheel yet. 2700 BCE. Oh, wait, no. 2700 BCE. So they got the wheel. I was going to say, if they don't even got the wheel yet, you got to make a fucking vacuum.
This will steal more of Fred's sanity.
That has 4 of those bitches. 4 wheels on the
We'll
vacuum.
start with the neon flamingo, which is guaranteed to make any ancient party 2 times more funner.
2 times more funner? Definitely more than that.
First up,
neon sign, dude. They think you're like a god. You pull up with that, any futuristic thing.
he's gonna need some glass.
Sorry, I'm going to pause it again. What would be the coolest thing you could bring back from today that would make people think you're like a demigod? I don't think an iPhone, because I think an iPhone's too advanced that it's confusing. A dildo. I think a gun. A rocket launcher specifically. I think if you have an RPG and shells on the fucking shoulder and you blow something up, they're going, you're probably some sort of superhero. You know, maybe a plane, a laser pointer, a fucking laser pointer. Nah, a car. Okay, an item, chat, not an entire car. If you bring them a car, they're just going to think you're developed. They're going to think that you're from the future. You need to bring some shit that's like, they think that you're like from an alternate dimension. A vape pen. A puff bar.
Making scale, I'd say right about here.
A puff bar. Acid. Just a strip of acid. Quick interruption to shout out Gamer Subs. I work with them now. Code BART, 10% off free shipping and free sample pack if you add it to your cart at checkout. You're telling me you don't want to try Queso's nuclear bombsicle? I mean, look at this. It's going to taste amazing. Or any of the ready-to-drink cans that are in that mini fridge they said they were sending me. It's not a mini fridge. It's like twice as... It's huge. Anyways, that or any of the other... I only have like 4 right here, but they have about 1.5 million flavors. You could also get certain sleep supports. They have ones that aren't caffeinated. You could have ones that are flavored, caffeinated. Whatever you want, you got to check it out. Gamersups, link in the description, or just look up Gamersups. Use code BART at checkout. That's all. Peace.
Glass making was in its infancy. Now, glass is made from sand, which the Egyptians were no strangers to. But all sand is not created equal. The materials the Egyptians used made their glass opaque, cloudy, non-transparent, non-see-through. Too many impurities. But Fred can use their glass-making technique. He'll just have to include about 1,800 years of advancements, so the glass is at least somewhat transparent. In the 15th century, glassmakers in Venice developed a clear type of glass known as cristallo by using quartz and potash. The potash is basically just filtered ash, and does 2 important things. Lowers the melting point of the sand, and increases the durability of the final glass product. Fred's glass...
All right, I'm going to sound like a dumbass here. I thought all glass was transparent. I thought maybe that's from Minecraft, but I really thought that all stained glass is just colored glass. Stained glass is just colored glass. They're putting food dye in it. That's what it is, right? It's what I thought, at least. Is that not what it is? Mirrors? How is a mirror made? How do they make a mirror? What is a mirror? Oh my God, what's a fucking mirror? What is a mirror? Stop, chat, think about it. No, glass makes sense because it's just like melted down sand and it's just fucking hardened and you see through it. It's glass, right? Like a window or the glass on your computer or the fridge or some shit. You see through it. How the fuck does a mirror... I get metal mirrors, right? I get like something being shiny, like a spoon, and I see myself. How the fuck does a mirror... How do you make a mirror? There's a layer of glue. Is it metal and glass? How... What is a mirror made of? A sheet of smooth, flat glass coated on the back with a very thin layer of reflective metal. So it is metal. Behind the glass. Wow. When did they have mirrors? I feel like if you bring a mirror to a motherfucker in ancient Egypt, that'd be pretty badass, no? When did they... No, you know what would make somebody think you're from the future? A fucking Polaroid. If you brought a Polaroid camera to ancient Egypt, they would be like befuddled. Get rid of the phone, take a picture and print out a physical copy and be like, hey, you don't even need a painter anymore. Fuck Leonardo DiCaprio, not DiCaprio. Fuck Leonardo da Vinci. Did he make paintings or was he a sculptor? Fuck the painters. You don't need those motherfuckers. Just take a picture of something. When did they invent the mirror? 6,000 BCE. Before they invented a mirror, before they invented the wheel? That can't be true. Polished obsidian mirrors. That don't really count. I'm thinking glass mirror.
Clear by today's standards, but good enough for a 3,000-year-old handmade neon flamingo. Isolating quartz from the rest of the sand grains, just like everything else back then, has to be done manually. However, you can find bigger chunks of quartz around, plus, the shores of the Red Sea, right next to them, was blessed with more than its fair share of quartz per other sand particles. So, since we're not recreating the Louvre, it won't be too difficult to gather up the amount of quartz needed. The melting point will still be extremely high though, so we'll have to create some bigger bellows than they were used to back then, but not a huge deal. How do you get glass in the form of a hollow...
Yo, I remember when I was a kid, I didn't realize how hard it was to melt metal, and I used to throw like tin cans and shit into a fire, and I was always so fascinated that it wouldn't melt. Like, you need a hot ass surface to fucking melt metal. Any metal.
Oh, tube, though.
Even like a little tin cap. You're a dumbass? Bro, I was like 9.
Well, that's where the Egyptians already have us covered. They used
1,000-degree knife. I used to do that all the time. Put a fire poker in a fucking campfire. Let it get red hot, and then you burn something. Put it in a fucking, like, a bucket of water. That was early brain rot. I keep pausing. People hate it. I've seen, chat, I know. I pause too much. Anyways, I loved the red hot metal videos. I'll say it. I know it was brain rot. I know it was a bad era in 2016, and it was the start of brain rot content as a whole, arguably. But I loved the videos where it was like cutting into butter with a red hot knife. And it would just literally be just random like flamethrowers that they would just make it really hot, and they would cut into like an Xbox controller. It's awesome.
technique to make stuff
Satisfying. You never know what's going to happen. Cutting into a Diet Coke bottle with a red hot knife. Is it going to explode?
like perfume bottles, where they basically formed dirt and clay into whatever shape they wanted, dipped it in molten glass, and once it solidified, they scraped the dirt and clay out. Fred will make the tube in sections like that, then try to melt each section together with some added beeswax and resin to seal it nicely. It won't be pretty, but it'll have that artisanal, I made this while dodging scorpions charm. The color of the neon light will depend on the gas used. Argon, for example, is purple. Helium
How do they get... Yo, actually, I still don't understand how they get helium. How... They always say our atmosphere is like losing helium. I imagined that they deadass had people like with vacuums in the sky just like fucking sucking helium out of the air. How do they get helium? What do you mean you don't know? How do they get helium? How do they get helium? How do they get concentrated pockets of helium? They mine it? It's not a metal. What do you mean? Do they have filters for it? How do they get helium? Natural gas deposits underground. Bro, I thought they got that shit out of the air. In the ground, they just find like helium in caves and then suck it out.
is pinkish red, and neon is orangish yellow. Fred can't go with his favorite orangish yellow color though.
They mine it. They don't mine it. They mine into it.
He's got to be
You don't mine oil. You mine for oil.
pragmatic about this. He wants the
You
gas
drill for oil. I think you're thinking of xenon. Brother, I don't know what I'm thinking of.
that's easiest to get and isn't electrically expensive. So he'll go with mercury vapor, which is a cool blue color. It's toxic, but Fred's from the future, so he's not going to pull an Isaac Newton. To get the mercury vapor, Fred will heat up some cinnabar with iron in a sealed container to trap the gas. Gas is inherently sluggish. It takes a lot to get it excited.
Hey, you want to go for a walk? Nah, I'm good. You want to go to Raging Waters? Nah. You want to go on a free 14-day all-inclusive vacation to the Maldives? I'm just gonna take a nap. You know this is why we can't have nice things. Oh, come on, babe.
Creating the voltage needed to get mercury vapor excited and ready to party will be tricky. Just FYI, if electricity is this garden hose, amps is the amount of water going through the hose, and voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure.
Yo, I feel like I'm watching like a Khan Academy video right now. You're losing me. You're losing me. Stop giving me like an easy analogy to understand. Amps is the water out of the hose and voltage is the pressure. I don't know what a fucking amp or a volt is. I just know the higher the number, the stronger it is.
And voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure. For mercury, that's about 1,000 volts. Theoretically,
How the fuck are you generating 1,000 volts in Egypt in the year 4000 BC?
there's a few ways to do this with Egyptian tech, 0 of which are particularly easy. Creating a
Yeah, I'm waiting for a storm with a metal pole. Holding that shit up to the sky. Metal pole, copper tubing to the sky. Waiting for lightning to hit that shit.
generator out of a water wheel, coil of wire, and weak natural magnet wouldn't get us the voltage mercury vapor requires. One workaround is
Yo, magnets. Stop. Now we're getting into even more shit I don't understand. What the fuck is a magnet? How do you there's just metal that they find that is like attracted to other metal? Like, dude, And when you were a kid, anybody find two ends of a magnet that are the same and you try and force them together? I would spend hours doing that with like random fridge magnets, and they would go. Anytime you got real close, you couldn't get them to touch. If they were really strong.
It could create some voltaic pile batteries.
Jesse Pinkman over here. Bro, you saying I'm a dumbass? How you just know how I know how magnets work. Like, I know it's like the fucking ions. I don't know how magnets work. I don't. It's like the ions are like opposite. There's like electrons that are it's a plus minus. I've seen a AA fucking battery before, okay? It's the polarity or whatever. They're attracted to each other. They're not. I don't know. That's how it works. There's two opposites. It's two opposites, right? On whatever it is. At least you're not bald. Stop. Yeah, it's the polarity on the magnets. They either go towards each other or away. Where do they find magnets? In rocks, but most magnets are man-made. Joe, you know what a good present is? Just a really big fucking magnet. That's sick. I want one of those magnets that they have in a show. You know what I'm talking about? When it's like the U. It's like the perk that you get in video games, like Subway Surfers.
Problem is, sum in this case equals 1000, which would take Fred's sanity all the way down to 0. Not good. Fred could also build a transformer, but this would require an immense amount of wire, as he'd need many tens of thousands of turns of wire in a coil to get the necessary voltage. That ain't happening either. Fred will go with option 3, which is to build an electrostatic generator with a series of Leyden jars. Invented in
How does Fred know this shit? Is Fred Albert Einstein? Are we sending Fred back to the fucking future? Back in the past? He just knows how to make a Leyden jar. Fred's just the jack of all trades. He just knows everything. Your chat GPT going back in time.
1945, they consist basically of just a glass jar with metal on the inside and outside of it. They were the earliest and most simple batteries. And the good news is...
Yo, you know what fucks with me too? Sorry, it's gonna be very bright. This light is on 6 hours a day, fucking, I don't know, 3 years? It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. How's that not running? What's in that? What the fuck? I look at that all the time. I'm like, that light bulb, it's just been going. It's LED. It's not LED. That one's not LED. The other ones I have are LEDs. My Elgato key light's an LED. That's not a fucking LED. You want to see it? Okay, you're not going to be able to see it. It's really bright. Hold up. Let me turn it off. Beep. Look. Fuck! Motherfucker! Can you see it? Oh my god. I can't touch it. It's hot. That's how I know it's not an LED. Fuck you. It's hot. LEDs don't get hot like that.
They can store a lot of voltage. The downside is it's released all at once. Because they're more like grenades instead of batteries, Fred needs multiple jars, which he'll put in a carousel with a gear-driven switch connecting one jar at a time to the neon tube. As the wheel turns, it'll discharge jars in sequence, creating a quick strobing effect that'll appear continuous to the eye, hopefully. Probably the most time-consuming part of all of this will be making all the wire, even though they had... Oh, wait, hold up. This'll just take a couple seconds, fellas. We gotta wait for people to like and subscribe. Like jewelry, creating it in bulk and...
Motherfucker. You're gonna make me feel bad.
Insulating it will be pretty difficult and time-consuming, but Fred's got Egyptian helpers, and as we know, the Egyptians never back down from a mega project.
Yeah, do you think there was ever a point when they were building the ancient Egyptian pyramids that they were like, man, I don't know if this is possible? They had to, though, because it was like, I mean, they were religiously motivated, you know? It was like, that was like a life or death thing. There had to be a moment where they got the base of the pyramid for Khufu done, and they went, fuck no. Bro, it's standing today. Like fucking thousands of years later, that shit, bro, they probably got that base done, and they went, oh, hell no. Or like when they're banging out those heavy blocks and they crack one and they got to restart, it's like 3 days worth of work down the drain.
Now, Fred is a genius who tinkers with stuff like this in his spare time.
They were dialed in? Yeah, they were. How fast did they build that shit? How fast did they build the pyramid? The Khufu pyramid. 20 years. Damn, that was probably every day, though.
All the time. So he built this light as fast as any mortal could. It took him 6 months, and his sanity went from a respectable 88 down to 59. After a little Mediterranean vacay, he's ready to start on the vacuum. For the vacuum, Fred could go the easy route and create a man-powered bellows suction-y gizmo. But we're not letting Fred off the hook that easy. We demand—
Oh my god, dude, that would have just been the cheat code right there.
Something more resembling a modern vacuum. He can make the house of the vacuum out of wood and beeswax, and he can use linen for the filter, and the easy parts are over. To create the suction, he needs a small fan made of bronze blades attached to an electric motor. Electric motors are mostly just wire, magnets, and some gears, but creating it in ancient times without precision tools and modern parts will require a significant portion of Fred's sanity. You need to get—
He would need to advance the Egyptian civilization to acquire these materials.
gather the supplies to magnetize the electrons clockwise through wire of the right size. Betty Davis eyes. He'll reuse the water wheel generator from the neon light with a few modifications. For the magnet at the generator, he'll need to find magnetite, which is a common mineral. Yay! But very rarely
Also the name of a Pokemon. Or close to the name of a Pokemon.
can you find it in the wild pre-magnetized, which is called
Magnezone.
lodestone for some reason. To get the best magnet possible, he'll probably have to create his own. By pulling a Benjamin Franklin and tying copper wire to some magnetite, then making Zeus angry, which should magnetize it into lodestone. Once he has that, an electric generator is simple enough in concept to build.
Yo, I can't get over the fact that people are that fucking smart. Ben Franklin wrapped a copper wire around like a piece of metal and then got it struck by lightning so it would be a magnet. Like, how do people find that out? I can't get over the guy that was born like fucking 6,000 years ago that mapped the circumference of the earth using a fucking stick. And he would walk around and put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of the sun and then mapped how big the earth was when most people thought the earth was flat. Eratosthenes, it was 240 BC, still 2,000 years ago. 240 BC used sticks and poles and shadows to measure and calculate the Earth's circumference with fairly positive accuracy, observing that a vertical stick casts no shadow at noon. And then that's how he started.
He has that.
And people still think the Earth is flat now with fucking iPhones. You have an iPhone and you can get into a plane, and a dude 2,000 years ago with a stick in the fucking sun is able to figure that shit out.
Generator is simple enough in concept to build. A vacuum uses way less volts than a neon light, but a lot more amps. But a 6-foot diameter water wheel with thick copper wire should be able to deliver this. It'll be a bulky, heavy vacuum, but to someone who builds pyramids for a living, it's portable. And it won't win any suction awards, but it'll be enough to get those imported Persian rugs a little cleaner. So which was more difficult? Well, the neon flamingo fried Fred's brain while the vacuum cleaner crushed his soul. The main factors being the carousel of Leyden jars and trapped vapor needed for the neon light. The vacuum only took his sanity down to 67 in a mere 5 months. So now you know which to choose next time someone's holding a time machine.
The vacuum. And you could cheat the vacuum too by just getting like the bellow that makes a fire grow larger and just suck something in with a tube. And it counts.
To your head.
Neon light or vacuum, punk.
Because you could just have somebody, you could have 2 guys just manpower that, and then you just bring it around and suck things up. All right, we're hopping into philosophy now. Actually, lock in chat for the next video, prankless harms.
See, I find that pranks are all fun and games when they come in the form of harmless pranks.
Can I see your receipt?
But on the other side of that spectrum, we have pranks.
I love that video. He's just like fully fearful and shocked. Walks to the Walmart representative. That guy ate my receipt. Actually, my favorite ones are when a guy will walk up to like one of those Walmart receipt checkers and hand them like a note card that says like Big Chungus or something, and they just stare at them, and the old person freaks out and goes to a representative, and they're like, this person didn't pay for their items, and then they actually take out the real receipt and hand it to the like younger manager, and then the manager's like, yeah, I don't know what you saw, and they make the old woman seem like crazy.
Spectrum, we have prankless harms.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these. I also, yeah, well, this is fake, but I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of like public harassment pranks, if that makes sense. When you go to Walmart and you like with an employee for 5 seconds, that's different from when you're outwardly like following a random person in public for 30 minutes to see how far you could egg them and rage them to the point where they like actually pull out a gun and shoot you. That's like another level of trying to make stupid content. Or like there's guys, bro, there's like up and coming not YouTubers. They make content on TikTok where they'll just go like punch homeless people. Do you see that shit? It was like on Twitter. It was like this one kid, he like went around and just like pushed over old people at a park. I'm like, dude, you're just assaulting people. This isn't a prank. Like you're actually just beating up old people.
If you're unsure what this video I'm showing you right now is, this is the killing my best friend prank. I say prank.
Well, that was like, what year was that, bro? That had to be like 2016 YouTube.
But take a look at this dude. Now let's see what the supervillain that orchestrated this has to say.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being
My name's Sam Pepper.
killed in front of him.
I'ma say you took this one like a champ, really. Light work, no reaction. See, the problem with prank content is that it's stuck in this never-ending competition, you know, to do something new. Or
It's not even do something new. It's bigger and better. Because, like, how many times... That's the issue of prank content, is you can't reformat it. Nothing can be changed in prank content to where it feels new unless you do something bigger. Like, you remember when prank content was as simple as, like, walking into a Walmart and football spiking a gallon of milk on the ground like you slept? I mean, it was harmless in the sense of, like, now a worker has to clean this up. But it was a low-level prank. Like, you were fucking just dropping milk in a Walmart. But how many times can you do that and it still gets views? So then you have to keep scaling until it's like, I'm killing my best friend prank.
to top the last prank that the people have seen. Now, don't mistake me for somebody that I am not. I have a love in my heart for prank content. It's damn near all I was watching as a kid. Right now I'm on my intellectual arc, so let me share some wisdom with you. People find pranks funny because they play on surprise and incongruity, breaking expectations in harmless ways that trigger laughter. Key word there, harmless. And also humans at our core, we're deadass just evil, okay? We like to laugh at other people's misfortunes. And over time, pranks have done nothing but evolve, I think in mostly good ways. But even a lot of the pranks back then were kinda OD. You'll remember this guy with the
I think, like, cosplay pranks are also pretty funny and, like, harmless. Where, like, the guy that does the Labubu shit, Juicy Jacob, he'll go into a Walmart dressed as the Lorax and walk around. Or people, like, if you do that, that's kind of chill. Because you're not fucking with people. So you? No, not me. It's not me. As I was saying, though, I think if you do that and you're, like, cosplaying as certain people, like Megamind, and you're just, like, walking around and fucking with people, it's like they could just ignore you if they don't like you, versus you, like, directly walking up and targeting somebody and being like, hey, and then trying to fuck with them.
pansexual mother of 3 haircut. Yeah, this 2017 tall fishman having cut ass nigga.
Bruh, I remember I used to think that haircut was so hard, though. Bro, that was like the ideal haircut.
Ass nigga. This is Prank Invasion. Yeah, he's best known for his, kissing
What up,
prank.
invaders? Chris here. All right, so today we're here at Venice Beach, and we're gonna be kissing girls right in front of their boyfriends.
Okay. Just one question for you, gang.
That's not really a prank. That's not really a prank. I'm gonna go make out with guys' girlfriends.
How is this a prank? I'm just struggling to see how, you know, going up to a stranger and kissing them falls under that classification. Just sounds a little sus to me. I guess it was working for him because he was pulling hella views and he was just, you know, rinsing and repeating this with just different versions.
Who's the guy that got like really spiritual and kind of went insane? And he used to do like prank content, but it was effectively him just taking his shirt off and flexing. No, not Gideon. Gideon didn't go insane. Who's the guy that I'm talking about? He would flex. He would just walk out in public and be like, not Fousey. Connor Murphy. Y'all remember Connor Murphy? Bro, he would literally just like walk around in public and just like take his shirt off And that was the video.
I think we lost this nigga at the sister edition, though.
I'm gonna try to kiss my sister.
Anywho, I think at least most pranksters stopped faking their pranks after it became like a whole scandal. Personally, I didn't even find it deep, as long as I couldn't tell or it wasn't extremely obvious. Something that just never did it for me was all those channels that would prank their significant other like over and over again.
Well, that was just family channels. This time, I'm gonna prank my wife and think, like, there would be wives' videos where it should be like, this time I'm gonna sleep with a mannequin in my bed and make my husband think I'm cheating on him.
Roman Atwood.
Not funny.
You can only kill your kid so many times before I start believing your girlfriend's
Roman Atwood did a kill your kid prank.
reaction.
That's like traumatizing. Killing my kid prank.
I blew up my kid is a classic prank, though. I'll give it to you.
Did she actually believe it?
But there was this other channel.
Oh my god, that's like kind of fucked. Did she freak out though? She had to be in. She had to have been in on it. You could tell the explosions way after.
But there was this other channel, Prank versus Prank, and their whole thing was just boyfriend and girlfriend pranking each other over and over again. They did like 6 or 7. They did like 6 or 7 cheating pranks. Bro, when you have a whole prank channel dedicated to you pranking each other, you're gonna live on edge like the whole time. So after the 3rd cheating prank, it's like, bro, your reaction is not going to be genuine.
Well, yeah, like after a point, you're just going into every day assuming that your partner's going to prank you for the channel. But you have to lean into it, otherwise it's not content. So that's when you get those like really corny ass intros like, what's up, Ace? What's up, A-fam? We're going to be pranking my girlfriend today and making her think that I cut my own fucking foot off.
Like these two deadass used to just terrorize each other. Like this prank where he laces up food with a ghost pepper. I think we need to realize just because the camera's on.
That's kind of fucked up. Being like, hey babe, try this. It's just a ghost pepper.
Doesn't make something a prank. If you are genuinely just causing somebody harm, that is not a prank. And there was these 2 kids that just...
Yeah, it almost got to the point where like, I think if YouTube didn't have guidelines, I think there would actually be like drugging my friend pranks. Like that would be... I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a YouTube video from like 2013 that's like that. Like, give my friend Xanax to see how he reacts.
Decided to do a robbery prank. Or how did they go about this prank? Did they use like bananas instead of guns? No, these...
Well, the robbery pranks, some of those YouTubers actually died. Where they would we watched a video on that, where some guy fake robbed a group of guys and he pulled out a fucking knife and they just took out a gun and shot him. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? You walked up to a group of fucking people on a parking lot with a knife, and you're like, they're not going to fight back?
Niggas use real knives. And this went as bad as possible. One kid was shot dead on the spot. Rest in peace, though, for real. But broskito, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But you know what prank I really mess with? The screaming prank.
Bro, didn't some TikToker get arrested for that? Like, recently. Wasn't there a TikToker that got fucking arrested for, like, screaming in, like, a Walmart and blaming it on his friend? What's the crime there?
This was revolutionary. This is what pranking needs. Because modern day pranking, right now, is just a whole lot of rage bait.
Okay, I literally saw one today where he's checking out at a Walmart and he's like one by one handing the cashier the things he's buying, and it's like a cucumber, Magnums, baby oil, chapstick, like one normal thing, a box of chicken nuggets. And then he would just keep handing him, and the guy's face is just going like wider and wider, and he's trying to keep his composure because he's like, there's no way this guy's buying this.
Or straight up just confusing people.
I really don't know because I don't really know. Because it's going to be like a 4-foot drop because I have a really expensive phone. I have a 14 Pro Max.
And the screaming prank was just another one of these. Until we introduced the twisted yet genius prospect of the backup screamer. See what the original prank was? You just have somebody scream in a Walmart or something and then you had to try and convince them that it was not you.
It wasn't me.
But the integration of the backup screamer
The integration of the backup screamer brought all the attention off you, especially if they sounded like you. I've seen backup screamers that don't scream the same, and it's not convincing because the people are going to remember the pitch, right? You need somebody that has a very similar voice to you.
Somebody else take the fall. Genius. Simply just genius. Now, just before I mentioned rage bait pranks, now there's a thin line with this one between harmless prank and prankless harm. Rage bait pranks have been around forever, like the calling black people neighbor prank.
What's up, my neighbor?
Or the farting in the hood prank, or the staring at people in the hood prank, pretty much anything in the hood. Black people.
Bro, those pranks were fucking nuts. They would just be a guy that would walk up to somebody and be like, I'm like, you're asking to get beat the fuck up. Like, how much would somebody have to pay you to go in public and just stare at someone? Like, but not even from afar, like directly to their face. And when they say stuff, you don't respond. I would think that they would murder me. I'm not doing that for any amount of money. $10? For $10, bro, your ass is caving. Your ass is caving. You're not doing that. If I gave you $10, you're not walking up to a guy and going, you would maybe do it. And the second he goes, what are you doing, bro? You're walking away. You're going to be like, I'm sorry, man. Okay, so there's like a camera over there. I'm getting paid. You're going to be like, I'll give you half the money. You would immediately give up.
A content farm for pranksters. And why I say there's a thin line, because, you know, we obviously have pranks like staring at people in the hood. Because obviously you're not causing anyone harm, but you know how they're going to react, you know? So when a petite white guy goes around...
I think that's anywhere, though, bro. You stare at somebody like that, they'd be like, bro, what are you on?
In the hood saying, my neighbor, with the hottest ER you've ever heard. Yeah, he's going to get some reactions out of people. But when you get to putting your cheeks all up in people's faces... Even if it's a real fart or not, that's a reasonable crash out. Oh, and is this...
Okay, but that is kind of funny, though, when you're in, like, a subway and somebody rips ass as a prank. Not like the fart spray. I've seen that video. Where he's in a subway and he's spraying fart spray on himself like it's cologne. And there's, like, somebody in the background just gagging.
One guy on TikTok, right, that gets employees into the craziest positions and has them say some crazy shit.
Come in.
Are you in? Are you in?
In my ass?
I don't know how he'd be getting away with these. He just calls them brain teasers and people do them. Like, I know it's not part of your job to be in this position when a customer asks.
Come in my butt, come in my...
You high-key did this to yourself. And also just being a public nuisance.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, some random guy walks up to you and you're like, yo, you gotta get on your knees and say, but spell run. Be like, what's the brain teaser here?
Since I don't think that falls under the prankless harm category.
Yoo-hoo, it's a boo-boo.
Okay.
Joe, I love you so much.
You motherfucker! I'm not, it's not me. That's not me. That's not me. That's Juicy Jacob. He does harmless pranks.
Much. But what I mean by being a public nuisance, this guy Vitaly got arrested for unjust.
The guys that go to different countries and play pranks on people is like fucking... Well, the guys that go to other countries and play pranks on people, their pranks are usually just like blatant racism. You know what I mean? Like that, who's the other... Not Vitaly. Who's the other guy that went to like South Korea and he also got like arrested or beat up and he was just like sitting in a 7-Eleven just like playing fucking like racist audios. It wasn't Fuzi. Yeah, Johnny Somali.
This guy Vitaly got arrested for unjust vexation, which is the crime of being annoying. And before the arrest, he was low-key on a different path too. Instead of...
Is that really a crime? Just being annoying?
Of terrorizing civilians, he focused his attention on predators. Now, what he was doing to him.
Yeah, a lot of them will hard pivot content-wise to that because then it's more socially accepted. But they'll still do the other shit on the side. Is Vitaly in jail right now? I thought he got out. He was in the Philippines, right? Is Vitaly in jail? He was held in a holding facility facing deportation. Wouldn't you want to be deported? Isn't being deported, like, good in this situation?
And I high-key can't even be mad about it. If your calling is terrorizing people... You know, these are not bad people to choose. Even Gideon did the same method. A running theory of mine is that...
Well, Gideon, he used to make regular prank videos. Stopped. And then he was making, didn't he have like a period? I know he's still very religious now, but didn't he have a period in time where he was just making like straight up religious content? Like it was like a few month period or where he wasn't making content at all. I remember he made an announcement.
People that make
he
prank
never
content.
did. Yeah, but he did stop for a minute.
Genuinely find enjoyment in causing other people misery. And if they're getting backlash for doing it to random people, I mean, why not do it to people less deserving of human rights? It probably does get to a point though. This might be a little bit overdoing it. It's debatable though. But then there's this other kid, Heston James, you've probably heard of him, who's facing 9 years in prison.
For doing the screamer shit.
They have this nigga on 13 charges because of some YouTube pranks. And what's funny is under a Fox News video reporting on this, it's like a bunch of middle-aged people just flaming this nigga. Diggler Duck said, influencer is just a euphemism for malignant narcissist. What does that even mean? First thing, dumbass. Not an influencer, so fuck everything you just said doesn't mean shit. This guy Arthur said, ban
TikTok, arrest these clowns, make them pay restitution to the companies they affected. They can clearly afford it with all the money they're making for the videos.
TikTok, arrest these clowns, make them pay restitutions to the companies they've affected.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Side boo you, bitch.
What do they think happens after a teenager pretends to be a mechanic at a shop? The whole business just goes into ruins.
The business burns down. They don't know what they can fucking do anymore to fucking get customers.
Maybe 10 minutes of their time was taken up. That's being generous too.
I think if you're one of those prank people that were like licking ice creams and putting them back in the fucking container and back on the shelf, yeah, you should have to fucking pay for that. But if you're like walking in to a public, business and pranking somebody and leaving, that's different. There's a difference between actually publicly pranking people and doing genuine vandalism.
And I'm not saying it doesn't.
And like fucking what do they even be? That would be more than vandalism. If you were like eating products and putting them back, what is that? That's like a health violation.
Doesn't affect these people at all. Obviously, this shit is probably annoying as hell. I'm just saying it's not that serious. Okay, multiple criminal charges over this. Who we should be prosecuting is them ass niggas from 2016 who dressed as killer clowns and terrorized the youth.
Bro, I flat out have the take that if your dumbass was out on a random road in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. dressed as a clown holding a knife and somebody runs your ass over, that is fully your fault. That era was so weird where people were like, yeah, let's just go stand out in the woods and wait for people. I'd be like, bro, no, you're actually going to fucking murder someone.
2016, I was only a baby. But there was genuinely a stretch of time where I didn't feel comfortable going outside. Damn.
Yeah, bro, scary. I remember because it was so common. And then there was like a weird mixture of people that were prankers versus people that were actually psychopaths dressed as clowns trying to like kill people.
I'm really out here being the prank police. But I deadass think a lot of quote-unquote pranks are just acts of terrorism. Okay, maybe I dragged that a little bit. Except for the fake bum prank. That one definitely fits. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what pranks are meant to be is tricking someone into getting a reaction that applies to a situation that isn't how it seems, you know what I mean? So if you were to say, oh look, there's a camera over there, they'll just be cool about it. And not genuinely bringing someone to a point where their veins are protruding out of their forehead. Chill. But deadass, I don't really...
And I think people have gotten a reluctancy to cameras more than they used to. You remember the days, like the early days of Impractical Jokers? I bet they had some bad experiences, but I feel like with a lot of early prank shows, it was as simple as being like, you're on a show, calm down, there's the camera. And it was cool because it was like, oh my God, I'm going to be on TV. Now it's like, fuck you, I don't want to be on your bitch ass TikTok. Like, it's full switched. Because it used to be like cool to be like, oh, I'm going to be on TV versus like, no, fuck you, I don't want to be involved at all with whatever the fuck you're filming.
I only comment on things because I can. I just get both sides of hate and love towards prank.
Yeah, no, I think prank content in general, it's like you got to walk a thin line.
Content. Because if this was me in this video and somebody just comes up to my shit and turns it off, yeah, I would be mad. But it is kind of funny though. But this prank here is high-key my favorite prank ever, just for this guy's reaction. This guy's just taking items out of this old guy's trolley and saying, oh, you don't own it yet because you haven't paid for it. And for some reason, this is his reaction.
Don't be a racist. Come on.
How am I being racist?
Because you're picking on a white guy.
I just wanted to share that. because I thought it was funny.
Don't be racist because you're picking on a white guy. I would just be like, don't be like a dick, bro. What do you? How's that racist? Next video. It's a banger. Can farts kill you?
They say
Fart
farts
City.
are silent but deadly. But can farts actually kill you? Would a fart kill you? Is it okay to sleep with the fart's sister? Am I the asshole for sleeping with a fart's sister? What should I do if a fart said he'd
What do you mean a fart sister, bro? What the fuck is he saying?
kill me for sleeping with his sister? All these questions and more will be answered today in the Goon Cave. Farts are made up of about...
Oh, yeah, this video is really brain rot. Okay. All the answers about farts killing people and farts dating a fart sister, whatever the fuck that means. Answer in the Goon Cave.
3/4 nitrogen from swallowed air. But don't let this...
Yeah, bro, they say that. I was Googling the other day why I fart so much because it was almost concerning. I was ripping ass probably like 40 times a day. And I was like, damn, man, like, I feel like something's wrong with me. And it said that I was eating too fast and I'm swallowing air. How the fuck am I swallowing air? Like, is that going to make me gassy? I feel like I fart so much because I eat fucking like Brussels sprouts, bro. I eat Brussels sprouts and asparagus. Asparagus makes my pee smell like death. Every day, bro. It's like actually, yo. There was one day I ate asparagus, and like a lot of asparagus. And I was at like this bar, took a piss, and it smelled so bad. I walk away and I'm washing my hands and I'm like, man, this bathroom reeks. Not even because I ripped ass. My piss, if you smelled my piss, it smelled like it would be like neon green. Like it would burn through the ground.
Figure deceive you. The vocal minority...
How does your pee smell bad? Asparagus makes your pee smell like farts. Because the way you digest asparagus, it turns into not methane. It turns into something that makes your piss smell like fucking shit, dude.
The rest is composed of trace elements like methane and oxygen, but the smallest amount is hydrogen sulfide, which makes farts so stinky. Now, depending on your gut's composition, these metrics can vary, but...
Yeah, I think what makes like a fart really smelly? If you're eating like sludge, if you're eating like a lot of fatty foods and then also like fibery greens, like if you ate for dinner beans, bacon, and Brussels sprouts, and you just and then maybe chugged a Mountain Dew, and you let that muster in the stomach region, I think you would have the worst smelling farts of all time. It would be actually morbid. I don't think you could kill somebody. If you trapped somebody in a room and like you contained the farts in a room, maybe you'd be able to kill somebody with that.
Really find that farts are mostly nitrogen with some hydrogen sulfide, which makes sense because air is mostly nitrogen. By the way, I found out that a lot of these studies measuring...
I do have a lot of days where my farts don't smell like anything. And that's really nice. When you're just ripping straight air. Smelly farts are funny, though. Brooke will get mad. We'll be watching a movie or some shit. I'll just rip ass. Sometimes it's loud and she'll get a warning call. Kind of like a fire alarm. And so she'll like prepare herself. There was one time I ripped the biggest fart ever. It was so quiet. It was like silent, but it was a lot of air. And like 15 seconds go by. And she just goes, oh! And just like runs away. Like it was a fucking gas bomb that just got unleashed. She was like actually jump scared by it. It was hilarious.
Fart composition and...
She was like, did you fart? It smells like a gas leak.
Involved inserting tubes up people's rectums to...
Wait, what?
Involved insert... By the way, I found out that a lot of these studies measuring fart composition involved inserting tubes up people's rectums to extract their big stinky farts. All right, for this experiment, we're going to be sticking a tube in your rectum. Are you sure? This tube seems
I mean, that does seem a lot more scientific than like a doctor just like right by your butthole. Whenever you're ready.
Farts are harmless to us because they quickly dissipate. But what if you were confined to an area with poor ventilation in a pressurized tube? Well, luckily...
Yeah, like, if you like, put everybody in a box with no AC and gave everybody just straight beans and chili, and you had, like, 30 men just fucking ripping ass, do you think it would get to the point where, like, it was actually unbearable? Like, would you pass out from that?
This isn't a problem on
Why is Jeffrey Epstein in this video?
airplanes, submarines, and spaceships thanks to air circulation, which prevents people from suffocating on farts and CO2. But are the elements in farts...
Bro, the one video of the guy farting on the plane, it's not even a guy farting on the plane, it's a guy complaining about somebody farting on a plane, and he's like, dude, please, whoever it is, stop. I feel like I'm getting tortured. I gotta Google that. Farting on plane TikTok.
Whoever is farting, don't fart, please. It smells bad.
Bro, you know how bad the fart would have to smell and how many times they'd have to smell for somebody to actively, like, ask out loud for somebody to stop farting? Because, like, if somebody ripped ass on a plane one time and it reeked, I'm not saying shit. How many times would they have to fart for you to say something? 10? 10 plus. It would have to linger for, like, minutes on end.
It's deadly. Well, when the brain stops receiving oxygen, it stops functioning. So all the other gases and farts could kill you. Hydrogen sulfide stands out because it severely inhibits cellular respiration over the other compounds. So hypothetically speaking, if you strapped one of those fart tubes into someone's throat, they would probably gag and eventually asphyxiate. I'd like to imagine a saw trap where hundreds of people are hooked up to those fart tubes and have them all end up in some guy's mouth.
Throughout your life, you've crop dusted thousands of people and blamed your farts on small children. Now you must inhale gas until you pass.
But that's a very improbable way to go out. So let's come up with something a bit more realistic.
Flamethrower.
Ready to roast.
Earlier, I had mentioned that methane makes up about 7% of...
Yeah, I've seen videos where guys will rip ass with a lighter over their butt, and it'll shoot out, like, fire.
Farts. And as we all know, methane is flammable.
Oh, literally right there. Do you think that's dangerous, though? Like, would that set your butt on fire?
And as some of you probably didn't know, methane lacks color and is odorless. But how many farts would it take to fill up a flamethrower so you could, hypothetically, burn someone to death? Let's assume a fart is 100 milliliters.
I think if you gave me a week, I could contain... I think if you gave me a week of my farts and you jarred them up, I think you would have enough methane to light somebody on fire.
So one fart would give us 7 milliliters of methane. During World War I, the German Flammenwerfer used a fuel tank with a capacity of about 19 liters.
Actually, flamethrowers use liquid fuel like gasoline or napalm, not methane.
So if we do the math, it would take approximately 2,715 farts to fill a flamethrower.
Damn, bro. But that fills a flamethrower. You don't need the entire canister of a flamethrower.
Humans fart around 14 to 23 times a day, so let's average...
Bro, what? 14 to 23? Wait, so I'm averaging a regular fart count? I thought I was crazy for farting like 20 times a day. Nah, bro, you probably fart in your sleep. Chat, how many times? Nah, I'm not even asking that. Never mind. I don't want a chatter's answer on
that to about 18.5 farts.
Okay.
That would take someone...
I think I'm above that average on a regular week. I think I'm probably ripping ass probably 25 times a day.
175
on average. I don't know. Like today I probably farted like 4 times. But it's really a upkick on the back end. Like I'm a second half investment on the fart counts. Like right after I'm done stream and I eat, it's a weekend, so it's different. But if it's a weekday and I'm done streaming at like 9:30, 10, I eat. Right when I'm done eating, I probably fart like 5 or 6 times. And then it's just like the rest of the day. I'm just ripping ass at that point.
Days to fuel a flamethrower. But let's be honest, there's no way you'd strap your ass to a fart-sucking machine for half a year. Let's use cattle instead. Cows produce...
Bro, there was a time where I used to be able to fart on command, man. I think me and Chris were talking about that when we were playing Little Nightmares. That shit was like low-key a skill. I used to be able to like suck air into my butthole and I would fart. And then I could just keep repeatedly, like infinitely farting. But it wasn't like a methane fart. It would just be like air farts. Yeah, I would be like fart maxing. That's a thing now. Dude, what? What do you mean, dude, what? That's a regular ass. How do people fart on command? I'm so serious. Strategically swallowing air into your butthole and forcing it out. It's like, bro, this was years ago. I used to be able to like dead ass lean over and just fart like endlessly. I can't do it anymore. I kind of want to try though. I don't think I'd be able to. Wait, I'm going to try. Quiet on set. I'm going to focus real quick. No, I would have to, it has to be in like, you have to like position yourself in like a yoga pose to be able to do it. Yeah, it'd be like queefing, but with your butthole.
Use 500 liters of methane per day.
Yo, Shafiko said I used to be able to do that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody else. Somebody else. Everybody's saying TMI, TMI, TMI. Nobody's able to do that. What the fuck you mean? Come on, bro. You've never been able to fart on command? Come on.
Holy shit. How many cows are there? 157 billion? That means cows are producing two.
Aren't there like a trillion chicken? Okay. No. I'm a little over. Chat, how many chickens do you think are in the world? If there's 1.5 billion cows, I'm going to go 100 billion chickens. 26. 26 billion, not 26 chickens. 26 billion chickens. A number that fluctuates daily due to hatching and slaughter. How many chickens are killed? How many chickens are killed in a year? 75 billion chickens are killed every year. Wow. How many chickens do you think you eat in a year, chat? I mean, it varies. I eat way more chickens now than I used to because I used to eat red meat. I would say I averagely I'm eating over 100. I'm eating 100 chickens. I'm probably contributing to 100 chickens deaths per year. I'll eat like 3 whole rotisserie chickens a year casually. And that's just like an entire chicken in itself. Like it's just a dead chicken. I more think about shrimp. I eat shrimp a lot. And like, bro, in one meal, I'll eat like 30 shrimp. Mini shrimp, but like, bro, that's 30 dead shrimp.
186.5 trillion liters of methane that could severely impact the climate, causing irreversible damage, shutting down supply chains and displacing
Yeah, it is weird that like part of a global warming crisis is cow farts.
billions of people. Is anyone doing anything about this?
Oh wait, no, never mind. It turns out most of that comes from cows burping, so
a cow belch is worse for the environment than a fart.
It doesn't count.
The oldest joke can be traced back to at least 1900 BC in ancient Samaria. It translates to something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's lap.
Yo, when do you think the first person thought a fart was funny was? I feel like cavemen, bro. That shit had to be funny then. You're falling asleep, like, you know, in like a bone structure in like the Ice Age. That'd get a chuckle out of me. It's always been funny. Motherfucker said bone structure. Yeah, people used to sleep in bone structures made of like animal tusks in the winter. Learn your historical facts, buddy. When was the first fart considered funny? The earliest known fart joke is from ancient Samaria in 1900 BCE. So 4,000 years ago, somebody made a fart joke on a clay tablet. That's exactly what this guy just read. I don't watch the videos that we're watching, chat. That's literally the exact joke he just said that in the, okay.
Something which has never occurred since time immemorial.
Well, this ain't funny, bro. This doesn't even make sense. Something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's lap. Well, women can't fart, so that's kind of a stupid joke. It's not even...
Could not farting kill you? When you hold in farts, the gas is absorbed back into your bloodstream, which carries it to your lungs, and you'll eventually exhale the fart. Assuming this process doesn't happen, you could...
Bro, I hate being bloated, but I love the feeling of being bloated, and then you feel like that fat-ass air bubble move through your intestine into, like, your butt region, and you're like, I'm about to feel so much better in 5 seconds.
Hypothetically, build up enough gas to pop.
When you got those bubble guts, you never had that shit? You never had that shit where you just feel like air bubbles moving through your stomach?
I'm sure that knowledge makes a very sick person extremely happy. In our experiment, let's assume humans generate 1 liter of gas per day. The large intestine should only hold about 1 to 2 liters. Your intestines would eventually rupture under extreme pressure, but it wouldn't be a full body explosion. You'd die from internal bleeding. To make the human body pop like a balloon, we need a completely sealed digestive system. That means no burping, no farting, no absorption, and no jelqing. There would need to be gas pressure so extreme
No jelqing?
that it could overcome the tensile strength of human skin. For comparison, human skin has about the same tensile strength as soft pine wood. The intestines alone would rupture at around 4 psi, and human skin can break at around 100 psi, but we want an explosion. So the human body would need an instant internal pressure change of about 200 to 300 pounds per square inch. So unless you replace grandpa's oxygen tank with your asshole and continue to let cows respirate, farts will not kill you. Thank you for joining me in the Goon Cave, yet again, and I'll see you guys...
That's for blowing out my sister.
Bro, this guy's videos are so weird. Oh my god. The other one, dude, to put it in perspective, the only other video we watched of Raygasm was how to speedrun getting cancer. That's the videos Raygasm makes. How many hamsters can power my computer? I love the random ideas, though. Early flight attempts Goblin's Guide. Oh, my God. I kind of want to watch that. Woman realizes she was caught on camera attacking an 11-year-old. Lock in chat.
I just stopped my 11-year-old daughter in her head. She has an entire lump on the side of her head right here. And she's going to tell me it's because your daughter ran her mouth.
Okay.
All I did was smack her in the face and start smacking her around.
You didn't do nothing else?
No.
What if I told you it's all on video and I just watched it?
I don't care.
A woman's savage assault on an 11-year-old girl at a playground unleashes a mother's fury.
A woman at a playground? What, she was there with her daughter and then just got into a fucking physical altercation with a literal child?
Forcing police to intervene. With the incident caught on camera, they step in to arrest the assailant. But her parting words spark a confrontation.
Stomping on her head, too. That's not even just like slapping her in the face, bro.
That quickly spirals out of control.
Have y'all ever seen that one side conversation? Have y'all ever seen that one video of this girl, like, bullying this dad's kid? Like, I don't know if it was like she was being racist, but she was bullying him. And he was standing there. I think it's on Twitter. And he's standing on there and he's like, don't fucking say that shit again. She says it and he slaps the shit out of her. Oh my God. I was like, and it's such a weird video because you could tell the girl, like, the dad doing that is horrible, right? Like, you just fucking hit a kid. But at the same time, you're watching this kid just cocky grin on her face, like bullying this child. But not even like, oh, you're stupid and ugly. Like full on, like almost like harassment level hate. Just like feeling invincible. And then just the shot. I don't know. When I watch that video, I'm like, I don't even know how to feel when I see that.
You think she's so cute?
Where's the video? I could not show that on stream. I don't know if that's a W dad. I think the dad's terrible for doing that. Because it's like, you just hit a kid. At the same time, though, I understand the dad's literally, like, witnessing his kid crying because this girl is, like, fucking full harassing him. I feel like that's just a different... In that situation, I'm like, I feel like the dad should have gotten, like, the cops to detain the kid. The kid would have cried, freaked out, you know, spent the night in juvie, and then fucking figured it out. Versus, like, the dad now getting charged for assault.
And I hope your daughter dies.
Back to this, though.
What? Spirals out of control.
She thinks she's so cute. And I hope your daughter dies.
Can you watch this and get my car up?
He just said, I hope your daughter dies.
Go ahead, hit. Stop! Hey, hey, hey!
The following is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until...
Also, what the fuck happened to this car? Like, is this even a drivable vehicle anymore? They have cardboard covering the fucking windshield.
Hey, hey, hey!
Is that, like, taped down?
Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On April 18th, 2025, dispatchers in Canton, Ohio, receive a frantic 911 call.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. There is a bunch of people standing outside my house trying to fight me.
Okay.
I'm scared for my life.
We're going to be sending them. Do you know how many people are outside?
How many? 5.
Okay, males, females?
There's 6 people. One of them is a big black male, and he will not leave until he puts his hands on me, he said.
And do you know any of their names?
I feel threatened. My name is Destiny Scott.
I don't know if we had to just single out the one black guy there. I think that was a little... It's different if it's like a descriptive of like, somebody just shot my family. Okay, what did they look like? And then you're like, it was a big black guy, right? Versus, hey, there's 6 people outside. One of them's a big black dude. Like... what about the other 5, right?
Okay, just calm down for a moment. What did you say your name is?
Destiny Scott. I have a record, but they don't understand how I feel threatened right now. They are literally sitting on my property. And there's a bunch of kids out there, too, with them.
Around the same time, a separate call reaches 911 dispatchers, one that offers a different perspective on the unfolding situation.
This grown woman just stopped my 11-year-old daughter in her head. And I have it all on recording, too. Her and her daughter, while they was carrying a little baby with them, stopped an 11-year-old little girl at the park. Oh, you gonna kill me? She just said she gonna kill me when she's out of jail. Please do, honey, because you don't need all the police you want. Please believe me, baby girl. Call your brothers, your dad, granny, call everybody you need.
Jesus Christ, bro. Is this like... whenever you see beefs like this, and it's like a literal... I don't even know, what would this be called? A domestic dispute? No. What is this? It's just like assault.
No, sweetheart, I'm right here.
Grown-ass people, but I feel like, dude, I see this shit all the time. Not outside of people's houses where it's like, oh, somebody's gonna curb stomp somebody's kid. But you know what I mean? Where, like, have you ever been in public and you see people getting, like, physical fist fights? Or at a bar, you see people getting, like, altercations. And they'll, like, actively talk about how they're gonna kill each other. And I've witnessed that. Or on, like, subways. It's just, like, how common is that? I wonder, when I see that happen, where people get in these altercations, I wonder if that's, like, common for them, or if this is the first time that's ever happened. You know what I mean? Like, are the people that are getting in fist fights at parks, that's the first time? Or is that like, oh, this happens once a month, you know, some snarky comment just rubs you the wrong way, and now you're like, all right, I'm gonna fucking throw hands over this.
Okay, I'll have them meet you at the park, okay?
I'm standing outside her house. She's not leaving this house. Y'all gonna come handle this.
There are a lot of instances, dude, when I go to bar, like, I hate going to bars in the summer sometimes. Like, when I was in Sea Isle, I think it wasn't the 4th of July, it was sometime this past summer. And we're walking around, some dude just fucking body checks my boy, just calls him the F slur out of nowhere, right? Move, F slur. I'm like, wow. And then he's walking away, and we're like, what the fuck did we do? He says the N-word. And keep in mind, this is like N-word hard R, by the way. We're standing out on the sidewalk. And this is like a white boy wearing a fucking backwards flat brim. And I'm like, part of me is going, now, do I do something? So, like, I'm like shocked because I hear this happen, but like I've had that happen before. As crazy as that sounds, not in that exact instance, but I've had people at bars get mad at me or my friends and like start ripping slurs and be like, I'm gonna fight you or some shit. But it was like we were just standing there, like nobody talked to this guy. He just like bumped into one of us and just started something. I don't know if he was blackout drunk or what. But I'm like, he walked away mad fast. And I think I told this story on stream. Like, in the biggest way possible, I was like, bro, you're a pussy. As he walks away, I said, where'd you get those blue jeans? Old Navy or some shit. It was like the worst, but it was like supposed to be cringy in response. And then he just turned around and stared at me. It was like not a rage bait, but I know it was cringe. No, chat, listen. I know it was cringe, but I was like trying to be, bro, he literally was wearing the biggest like loser. It was like some country ass fit. He had like boots and baggy blue jeans on from Old Navy with like a white tee and a backwards fucking Yankees flat brim. I was like, yo, you look like an idiot. I know that was cringe, but I literally remember going, yo, where'd you get those blue jeans, Old Navy? And then I walked away. But I was like, because a part of me was like, we could get into a fist fight with this guy. And I know some people would be like, you're a pussy, you didn't. But I'm just like, damn, dude, am I really gonna fucking ruin my night over this? You know? Like, that's kind of the way you gotta perceive this. And I know some people would go a different way. Because I know a lot of you, some of you guys that watch me are as old as me, if not older. But a lot of you guys aren't that old. You're gonna get, you know, to the point where you're able to go to a bar. You're gonna get in especially if you're a guy. You're gonna get in an altercation with somebody. At some point, if you're a guy in a bar, in a packed bar full of people that are in their 20s and 30s, you're gonna get in an altercation at some point. But when that happens, don't get in a fist fight if you're able to, right? Brush it off. I know it seems like from that perspective, a lot of you guys will be like, wow, you're really gonna let that guy call you a slur? Bro, that kid is the most fragile, cuck-ass loser, no job bum, right? No job bum, probably dropped out of fucking college, doesn't have a job, lives in his parents' basement, no friends, no life, looking forward to going out, gets way too drunk and starts calling people fucking slurs, right? Like, you're really going to lean into that guy. I'm not saying it's rage bait. He's just being racist and homophobic simultaneously. And he's spewing hate speech. I'm going to keep talking. I'll thank subs in a minute. I think this is important for me to say. Thank you for the subs, though. Mr. Bagelman, thank you for the 10 gifteds. As I was saying, you're going to, and I know this is different from the video, but there's going to be moments in your life where you get in fucking altercations with people. The worst thing in most situations is to get into a fight. Because the guys that try to pick fights and do that shit aren't alpha males. They're not cool. They pick fights to up their own ego because they can't do anything else. Like, I think that's the point I'm trying to get across. If I bump into you at a bar and your first guttural reaction is fight me, you are a loser, right? I'm not going to fight you. You could say I'm a pussy for that. That shows who you are, right? If now you're going, yo, you're a loser, you're not going to fight me, and everything gets instantly scaled because the last resort is a fist fight. That's how you got to see this shit. Like, the worst things can get is you're going to fight someone. And I have had multiple instances where I've bumped into people at a bar because it's packed. And I'm like, yo, sorry. And he goes, yo, what the fuck? And I go, yo, relax, bro, I'm sorry. And I just walk by. I cave to him. I don't care if that makes me a pussy, right? I don't think it does. Because I'm not a smooth brain, low IQ caveman. I'm not going, what? Like, that's what I'm saying. Why are you, bro, you have to be stupid. If that is the first reaction you have, it's different if, like, somebody body checks you and slams you to the ground. But, like, shoulder bump, he instantly calls my friend the F-slur and the N-word. Yo, you have no brain. You are an NPC. You have no inner monologue. All you do is fucking immediate word spiel of whatever the fuck you're thinking. You have no emotional control. You don't understand reality, right? And I'm relating that to this video, right? If you're a 40-year-old woman at a park with your kid and an 11-year-old upsets you, and you instantly scale that to, I'm going to curb stomp this kid, you're stupid. Right? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, physical fights is, like, the worst thing. And so many people, like, pride themselves on, like, dude, I've never lost a street fight. I'm like, bro, I've never been in one. I think, like, I think, like, the best society is a scenario, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, some pacifist in every situation, right? I understand there's instances where you gotta fucking fight people, and there's instances where I almost have, or I have punched somebody, but not in a state where we've gotten into a fight. But the best society is a scenario where people aren't just randomly scrapping on the side of the road over trivial matters, right? Trivial matters. Wow, you punched somebody? Bro.
Okay, my daughter's 11
trivial matters.
years old. I'm standing right here, and if you don't come handle it, I am.
Officers arrive at the residence to find the 11-year-old girl with her mother, 34-year-old Paige DeShong.
What's going on, guys?
Woman curb stomped my daughter at the park.
And they got it all on video.
Knocked her unconscious.
Okay.
And she has it all recorded right here. A friend recorded the entire thing. She has an entire lump on the side of her head right here. And she's going to tell me it's because your daughter ran her mouth.
Okay. What does the lady that did it look like?
Her and the girl that was with her
All
right
black,
there.
nasty booty shorts.
Excuse me. Oh, she got nasty ass booty shorts.
Appreciate it. Go down by our car, and we'll have the medics meet you down there, okay?
Police knock on the door, but find that their suspect isn't willing to come out and talk.
So are you the one?
No, I'm not the one. She's upset. So what happened? That little girl was hitting her first. Like, she put her hands on Destiny.
That little girl was hitting her first, bro. Stiff arm. Like, dude, it's the same. Dude, you're fucking like 40 years old. They're like 10 years old. You would lay them out. Just fuck. If anything, I'd get you in self-defense, like pushing them. Like push them off you. Some kid starts punching you, push them off. Right? Don't punch them and then start kicking them on the ground. That's fucking insane. That's like the take I have with people. We've talked about this before. Like men punching women. In any scenario where you know you are not in danger, just hold them from a distance, right? Hold them from a distance. You get what I mean? Like, if some kid starts running up to you, or not kid, some woman starts running up to me. She's 5'2", 100 pounds. I'm just going to stiff arm, hold them. What are they going to start wailing at me? Now, if they have a knife, or they're a WNBA player, and they're 6'5", and I might lose and die, different story. Right, like that's an entirely different scenario.
We gotta talk to her, okay?
She won't come out. She's afraid she's going to go to jail.
Well, she doesn't come out and talk to us.
Well, if she doesn't come out, we're going to get a search warrant and go in the house.
Okay. As of right now, we're just talking to people. But if she doesn't come out, that's called obstruction.
All right.
What's her name? Destiny? What's her last name?
Scott.
Scott?
Yeah.
They were going to kill me. Right there.
Are you Destiny?
Yep.
All right, Destiny. I need
that woman is not 19.
Something that's going on, okay?
Little girl started running her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And she hit me, so I ran up on her and hit her back.
Okay. And this happened at the park?
Mm-hmm.
What did she say to you, and then how did she hit you? I need you to kind of...
Yeah, how do you get into a fight at a park? That was my swing. No, it's not. Fuck you, bitch. And then they start fighting. Like, how does a fight start at a playground?
Down the whole story, okay?
Like this, and then she was sitting there calling her and then sitting there calling us both everything out of the book. And then that's how it went down.
And then she came up to you, slapped you in the face? Where?
In my face.
In your face? Open hand?
Open hand.
Okay. And then you struck back, and that's kind of what happened?
Mm-hmm.
While one officer remains with Destiny, the other tracks down the recording from the playground, about to witness the brutal encounter for himself.
They said some lady curb stomped this kid. You guys got the video I can see real quick?
Police cameras over there.
And there's a police camera at the park as well.
Take her. All right, that's right here. You want me to go?
That's fine.
The officer reviews the footage, which begins with the 11-year-old and several other children on a playground structure.
Whatever, ignore her. We're talking to her. The only thing funny here is that face and that ugly. How can I laugh? It's literally not. She said, I'm gonna smack the you. I said, come do it with me. She never came up here. But she can't get up. Or you could have said, be quiet, Tootsie Roll, or be quiet, Jelly Roll. She's literally a whole literally.
Oh, so it's a group of kids and they're antagonizing her?
What? Huh? What? Mouth? Yup, to my friends. Not about my friend. Mm-hmm. No, because you're a whole adult. Go ahead. You're a whole adult. You're a whole adult. Go ahead, run your faces. Run this way, that's me. Run your faces. I didn't do nothing. Call the cops. Call the cops. They're you a snitch? Yup. Yup, I'm a snitch when you're a whole adult.
Why is this woman at the park? That's what I'm not understanding. Like, I understand these kids here and they're like pressing her and they're just being like kids. Why is this woman at the park? Does she have a child?
Yup. I didn't do. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I didn't do nothing. I have no part in it. There's a whole police camera right there. Oh, that's your child? That's your kid? He's cute.
Oh, God.
What you talking about?
Who is this? Is the kid recording the video the one that got stomped or one of the friends?
Now what? Now what? Now what? You want to keep running your sucker? Huh? Huh? You going to keep running your sucker? Tell me no. Tell me no. Tell me no. All right.
Who's recording this?
Here. She ran up there and was stomping my daughter.
That's her?
That grown big lady.
Alright. So what happened?
So she's saying that she was running her mouth to them. They started yelling back and forth. She slapped her.
How old are you?
19.
So the kid hit you?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that? Where were you guys at?
We started playing. We was up at the park on the thing, and I ran up to her because she was talking to so I talked my back. She hit me and ran up.
Why is she at the park? Why is she at the park? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you at the park? I understand she's a teenager, but I'm like, bro, when do you stop going to the park? I feel like you stop going to the park when you're like 12? When do you fuck? Bro, the park. She's just going to hang out?
How'd you hit her back?
Like, I think there's instances where if you're in the area, you walk by, you're like, oh, I'll go chill on the swing at night. But, like, during, like, 1 p.m. on, like, a Saturday, you're like, yeah, I'm just going to go, let me go play in the wood chips.
All I did was smack her in the face and start smacking her.
Let me go hang out around the mulch.
You didn't do nothing else?
No.
What if I told you it's all on video and I just watched it? So, you're going to be under arrest. Stand up and put your hands on your back.
Bro.
Stand up and put your hands on your back.
Look at her laughing and smiling. Just know people are coming after you, ho. No people are coming after you. No people are coming after you.
I would recommend not saying anything to further incriminate yourself.
She needs to shut the up. Nobody asked her to run her suckers. Nobody asked you to run your suckers. And that girl tried to still threaten and kill me too. Oh, I'll die in jail and you'll make sure of it. You sound so happy for yourself.
Set her up before I get involved in that.
Yes,
we're going to advise.
Bro, am I crazy? Or I've seen like 10 people that look exactly like her. I feel like I have seen so many people that look like I'm staring at her face. I'm like, bro, I feel like, yo, not actually.
You sound so happy for yourself.
Set her up before I get involved in that.
Yes,
we're going to advise right now.
Before she gets smacked. Smack you. That's how you feel about that.
As officers escort her toward the cruiser, Destiny unleashes a cruel taunt that pushes Paige over the edge.
She thinks she's so cute. And I hope your daughter dies.
My car up.
Go ahead, hit stop.
What does that even mean? She thinks she's so cute. I hope your daughter dies at that. What the fuck does that mean?
Hey.
Okay, I get the mom freaking out here. However, like, bro, you went to go punch a woman while there's like 5 police officers around. You know, mom should not do that. Well, I think that was just like, how else would that have gone? The cops would have stepped back and let her punch her.
Where are you guys at?
Take home, please, and call my grandpa.
Over here?
Really though? She just said, you don't like going to go? I hope we go to the same pod.
You can't try to assault someone in front of the police.
Sorry. You're right.
I'm not saying what...
Okay, well, this woman, yeah, I'm not saying what she said was right. Yeah, okay, the cops are siding with her, but they're required. It's like you can't, they're not allowed to let you. I bet in their brain, the cops are going, yeah, I wouldn't have been, like, mad at you if you had punched her, but, like, you can't charge her.
She said was right.
She can't stop my daughter. And
I understand.
Yeah, it's not under their control. It's like they have to detain her.
I'm trying so hard. I'm sorry. I'm trying so hard. Oh, my God.
I don't think she'll get it in that. I think a judge that sees that, she would probably get, like, parole or, like, a fine.
Press for now, okay? We're just going to sit you down here.
My youngest is right there.
Do you have anything on you?
No, not at all.
Nothing illegal, no weapons,
No.
right? Okay.
I don't even know socks on, for Christ's
I
sake.
understand. Go ahead and take a seat, okay?
With Paige
Yo,
now-
can I also say this neighborhood is so common in, like, the United States. This shit is like suburban hell. This is like the fucking shit. Like, and not in a good way. This is so, if you spawn me, like, I'm not trying to relate it to a video game. If you spawn me here in GeoGuessr, this could be any state in the entire U.S. outside of, like, Hawaii and maybe Alaska. Like, this could be anywhere.
in custody, officers moved to place Destiny in a separate cruiser.
Got anything else on you in there?
Nope.
Not Texas. I guarantee you there's neighborhoods that look like this in Texas. Maybe not in, like, populated parts, but there's, dude, just a strip of houses that are all 5 feet apart from each other. They all have those old metal fences, trash in the yard, and then parks just, there's no garages. It's just all, like, street parking and just, like, really under-maintained, like, like, the city is just not taking care of this.
What the is going on?
Meanwhile, a new problem presents itself
Another problem?
as paramedics need a parent to go to the hospital with the young girl.
Yeah, she's gonna get charged.
Okay, so where's Dad?
They just went that way. Did they take the kid with them?
Where, yeah, was the man the dad or like a guardian? Or just like a random citizen in the area?
I'll go see what I can find. Saw him walk that way, but now I can't find him. So
What did the mom do? Why'd she get detained? She ran at the woman to punch her.
Dude, I just called my safety officer. I'm gonna see if she knows his phone number to call, or at least an address. As far as I know, besides Mom, no. But Mom, did you guys see what she did? Yeah. No. So this the lady we have in cuffs was talking. So Mom decided to charge and.
Are you arrested, Mom?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I might be able to cut her a summons.
Over at the residence, Destiny's family
Oh, they're gonna try and do something for her.
argues with officers over her arrest.
All I know is that she admitted to fighting the girl. It's on video. My partner saw what he saw, so she's currently detained and in custody, most likely under arrest, okay? And then she tried to assault her, and that led to what it led to, and you saw that, okay? We're handling what we're handling today. You don't think she's going to get anything? Why is that?
She's mentally disabled. She can't go to jail.
It's just not how that works. It's just not how that works. You could be mentally unfit to stand trial, but you can't just not. That's if you can't just be like, oh, she's mentally disabled. She's not responsible for anything.
She can't go to jail because she's mentally disabled? But the doctor at Altman said after the camp police beat the hell out of her last summer.
Well, I think she's going to jail today.
According to police records, Destiny was arrested by Canton police in May of 2024. During the arrest, she reportedly attempted to kick the officers and was sedated at the hospital and given a spit hood when her attempts to resist continued.
What's she diagnosed with?
She has bipolar. She has ADHD.
Okay.
She has a depressive disorder.
Okay.
And she has a mood disorder.
Okay.
It is all documented.
Okay, well,
She goes down.
all those reasons
There's no reason for you. But that woman.
She can't go to jail.
Right, but that woman. That is
going to jail.
The one who just got cuffed and placed in the car.
She's not going to jail. She just tried to fight with cops. She's going to jail.
She's inside his cruiser. He's about to take her there.
Yeah, we know. She'll
Okay.
be outlawed today. We know how y'all are.
All right, ma'am.
How we are, it's not us.
Yeah, it's just the police. Yeah, it's just the police. My daughter tried to kill an 11-year-old at a park.
We're taking them to jail because they ran.
A sergeant arrives on scene and is given a rundown of the situation, and a decision is made for what to do about the girl's mother, Paige.
Like, I understand the group of kids was, like, berating the woman, but, like, bro, you have a group of 11-year-olds making fun of you. I feel like you could just be like, bro, you're literally a child. You have no money, no assets, money spread, broke bitch, fuck you. Walk away. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a literal child makes fun of you, I'd be like, you're a loser. Like, shut up. Like, they're 11. You know, like, you gotta be like, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna scrap now. Yeah, we're gonna fight.
Dude.
I was gonna say, I just came back because like, it sounds like the kids turned into adults being children.
The lady we have arrested saying, I hope your kid dies, so mom got all pissed. Charges at her.
The 11-year-old makes fun of you, grab a labubu, rip its head off right in front of him. Yeah. And then you walk away.
Push her against the car, and they're like, you can't do that. So I think we're just going to give her a summons for obstructing and disorderly conduct so she can go to the hospital, and then we're going to take her for the assault.
That's fine. So, yeah, sounds good with me.
So, thanks, Sarge.
Paige was ultimately given a summons and allowed to go to the hospital with her daughter. According to news reports, the 11-year-old girl
What's a summons? Like, she has to go to court?
Suffered a concussion following the incident at the playground. 34-year-old Paige DeShong was later charged with obstructing official business and disorderly conduct, both misdemeanors. She entered a plea of not guilty, and her trial is set for September 17, 2025.
Oh, that just happened.
As for 19-year-old Destiny Scott, in June of 2025, she was indicted on a charge of endangering children, before ultimately pleading guilty to a reduced charge of felony aggravated assault. She was
She get 18 months in prison?
sentenced to 18 months in the Marysville jail, with 98 days credited for time served. On June 18, 2025, while her felony case was still pending, she was arrested again on a separate misdemeanor assault charge. She pleaded no contest, was found guilty, and received a sentence of 180 days in jail.
Wait, so she assaulted somebody else while she was waiting trial? How many? 180 days is another half a year. So she has 2 years in jail now?
With all but 15 days suspended on the condition that she maintain good behavior for 2 years. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help...
What the fuck, man? Science after they said her age. You're saying the 5 people out front, 3 of them were children, so embarrassing. Yeah, on it. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. There's 5 people out front that want to kill me, and 2 of them were like 7 years old. 2 of them were like 7 years old. Like, it was literally just the 2 parents, or like the guardian or whoever that man was. Mom of the 11-year-old was found not guilty in court. Oh, this is somebody updating it. Yeah, that's good. I don't think she should have charged her. Like, I don't think she should have ran at that woman. But, you know, I get her being angry as fuck, especially as a parent. You know what I mean? I think it's like, when you're protecting your kid, you kind of give leeway to, like, stupid aggression, because it's like, especially, like, I feel like mothers, like, moms have, like, an instinctive, like, lioness almost protection of their child. Like, to get that angry that fast, like, I get it. Yeah. The most horrifying Halloween deaths ever.
The Hershey's incident. On a Halloween...
The Hershey's incident? Halloween deaths? Somebody died from a Hershey's chocolate bar? Had to be, like, fucking spiked with drugs. I feel like that's a common myth, though, like the razor blade thing. We talk about that every Halloween. It was, like, really... It's happened. Like, there are people that find razor blades in their candy, and there are people that... I feel like getting drugs in your candy is more common. Like, some weirdo putting, like, fucking fentanyl in your Smarties is more likely than somebody trying to fit a razor blade in a Snickers bar. I also just don't understand that. Like, the razor blade in your candy bar thing, I know it's like, okay, like children aren't going to know, but like, how do you reasonably fit a razor blade in a candy bar without it looking so obvious that you put a fucking razor blade in a candy bar? Like, even if you reseal a Snickers bar, you open that shit up, you're going to be like, dude, this looks mushed with like a hard piece of metal in it. Like, and you'd bite down, you would feel it, and then just like spit.
Home on Winchester Avenue in Chicago quickly...
Oh, not a full razor blade? You're saying they're putting like metal fragments. Needles. Ugh.
...became the scene of
oh my God.
A nightmare. After trick-or-treating, a grown 55-year-old man fell into a fury with his partner after discovering that his bag of Hershey's candy was missing. He was convinced that the 49-year-old woman had taken it, and what started as a petty...
Wait, he went trick-or-treating at 50 years old, or he just had a bag of Halloween Hershey's?
The accusation quickly escalated into a heated argument. The shouting grew louder, and tempers boiled over. In desperation...
Over a bag of Hershey's bars? Like a mid-ass chocolate?
And perhaps in an effort to also protect herself, the 49-year-old woman hurled a plate at the man's head, striking him in the face and cutting above his eye. The injury, later visible in the mugshot taken of him, only stoked his anger further. With dripping down his face, the man reached for a kitchen knife, and consumed by rage, he lashed out in a frenzy, striking the woman multiple times. Neighbors later recalled hearing chaos and screams echoing from inside the home. Unsure as to whether or not the noises were Halloween decorations, police were eventually dispatched to the area. When officers arrived, they found the woman gravely injured. She was rushed to Cook County Hospital, where she lingered in critical condition.
He fucking killed her because he thought she took his Hershey's bars.
For nearly a week. Despite doctors' efforts, her injuries proved fatal, and she later passed on November 5th. The man was arrested soon after and booked on felony charges.
What
had begun as a trivial Halloween quarrel between two adults ended in one of...
A woman killed over Halloween candy. A man became so enraged over a missing bag of Halloween candy that he plunged a knife into a woman multiple times, according to police. He was arrested Halloween night and charges expected to be upgraded after she died Saturday night. Stabbed multiple times, according to Cook County Medical Examiner. Died at Stroger Hospital. What the fuck, man?
The most brutal of
2011
ways. Costume malfunction.
And also, like, I mean, that, you know, you're just assuming this person's insane because killing anybody over anything that trivial is, you know, obviously stupid. But, dude, a bag of Halloween candy. How much is a bag of Halloween candy? Like $5? Seriously. Like, I'll go to Walmart. You buy, like, those mixed bags of candy. I think it literally says it's like $8, $8, $10. Probably already opened.
On October 31st at a...
What was this incident? The malfunction?
On October 31st, at a thriving Halloween carnival, a 51-year-old man would step into the bustling streets dressed in a costume of burlap and straw, eager to join...
I don't like the safety precautions that carnivals have to begin with. I think the idea of a traveling carnival where stuff just kind of like exists on the back of a truck and they haul it around and disassemble and reassemble it every single time they go to somewhere new, like that shit's sketchy. Like most of the time when I mean, I have no evidence supporting this. I'm just making a fucking blind assumption. But I feel like most of the time when amusement park rides kill people, it's carnivals. Whether that's true, I don't know. I feel, though, like most injuries come from, like, a rusty fucking roller coaster that got put together in half a day in rainy weather that was missing 45 rivets on a structurally, you know, fucking needed part where it was just like, hey, this was going too fast and the entire thing collapsed and they fell to their death.
When the thousands celebrating beneath pulsing lights and music. But in a sudden, tragic turn, the man's night of festivity shifted into pure trauma. The man joined the crowd in an energetic dance, and in the midst of the excitement, he wanted to take a break and light a cigarette. In his attempt, the flame from his lighter caught the edge of his costume's hood, and in an instant, his entire outfit ignited. Due to its material, the costume was extremely easy to burn, but difficult to put out and take off. The man would try ripping the costume off.
Oh my god, he had like a potato sack over his head and fucking burned to death.
Of his body, but its contents had already begun melting into his skin. As for the crowd around him, They at first thought it was a prank or some sort of fire stunt woven into the Halloween event.
A prank? A prank? What? Are these people stupid? You're at a Halloween carnival, some guy gets lit on fire and is like frantically trying. Wouldn't you like, I would like push him to the ground and start hitting him to try and like put it out, you know? Or if I had like say I had a cape or something, like fucking smother the flame, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, oh wait, somebody record this for TikTok. Oh, how cool. We're not gonna check whether or not this is real.
It should be noted that most of
It's a part of the haunted house, but they weren't it was just at a Halloween carnival.
them were heavily intoxicated.
Some dude got, oh, they were drunk. Still, I'm drunk at a carnival, some guy's on fire.
So their rationality and judgment skills were extremely impaired at the time. As the blaze spread violently, it swallowed him whole like a torch. His figure staggered into the mass of dancers engulfed in fire with his...
Just piss on him? I don't think I'd be able to fucking pee, man. If I'm trying to save some dude, like, I mean, talk about pee shy, bro. What are you saying? Oh no, just pee on him.
His arms flailing in a desperate panic. People continued cheering.
That's also not putting out a fire. Like, you're probably gonna get in mad if you were trying to like put out a guy that his entire body was on fire and you just started peeing on him. Like, that is not saving a man's life. That is, you're maybe putting out like 1/10 of the fire.
People continued cheering. Individuals were so impressed by the stunt that they had begun to record the screaming victim. Only when the man screamed.
Okay, that's insane. He was fully on fire and they recorded him dying.
Screams got louder than the music at the carnival did a few sober witnesses realize what was going on. They rushed.
I don't think that's, dude, that's not even drunk. That's like blackout drunk. I think even if I had like 10 drinks and I saw a guy on fire, I might be like, oh, that's a joke. Like, that's a stuntman covered in like flame, like safe jelly or whatever they wear. But fucking, to be like, oh yeah, let me record this on TikTok.
In to help and tried to rip off the burning pants and jacket that were now clinging to his skin.
Wow.
People took water bottles from their backpacks and emptied it onto the blaze, while others in the crowd continued chanting, snapping pictures, and dancing to what they perceived as a stunt. When the flames finally calmed, he was barely recognizable. Despite being rushed to the hospital, the man ultimately passed away from his wounds.
Crowd cheered at Caliph man engulfed by burning Halloween costume. Holy fuck. Video of the incident posted on YouTube shows a man engulfed in flames in the middle of a crowd where people danced to electronic music at a carnival Thursday night in West Hollywood. Some bystanders could be heard cheering. I mean, do you think they feel bad after that? You're like, you see the ambulance finally show up and you're like, wait, that wasn't a joke.
A 23-year-old mother in Hong Kong would continue navigating her life in an environment tainted by hardship. She was an orphan as a child, and as she grew up, she became addicted to abusing substances and other things. She worked at a nightclub in one of Hong Kong's red light districts, Tsim Sha Tsui, where a 34-year-old mob boss frequently visited her for services. The gangster was known to be extremely dangerous as he had a horrible temper and would often do cruel and unusual things to people who wronged him. One day, after the two met with each other, the mobster would accidentally forget his wallet at the venue. Upon seeing that it contained 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, the woman would secretly steal it to help
500 USD.
Her own financial situation for herself and her son.
Oh gosh, stealing from a mob boss.
The mob boss found out, and out of fear of what he'd do to her, she immediately returned the money back to him. However, he wasn't satisfied. He demanded that she pay an additional $10,000 back to him as an interest fee for her thievery. Obviously, she couldn't meet those requests. On a calm night...
I'm doing that shit, bro. What the fuck? I'd be like taking out a bank loan, bro, just so you don't die. I was watching this movie the other day, literally yesterday, called, what was the name of the movie? I think it was Adulthood. Yeah, spoiler alert. It's this movie called Adulthood. And they end up in the film at one point being asked for like $10,000. And they're like, I don't have that money. I'm like, bro, I'd take out a fucking bank loan. Like, what? And she starts like scrounging to her investments. And she's like, maybe I'll have enough. I have to go through everything. I'm like, bro, I'm like, most banks would probably loan bad credit. Dude. if you got a secured, I think even if you have bad credit, if you if you were trying to like dual sign on a fucking bank loan for $10,000, you could make, I think if you had a week, I think the average adult could get $10,000 in a week. If you're not like homeless, like even if you're like dead broke, I think you would put yourself in crippling debt. Like you would go out there and take out a loan that you can't pay back. But that's a problem for another day. In the movie, they're like, oh, fuck, man, I don't have the money. They're going to kill us. I'm like, you could fucking deal with that shit later. Like, what? I'd go rob a bank. What the fuck? I'd be like, I'm going to fucking find it. I'm going to get the fuck $10,000. I'm like, that's a lot of money. But I'm like, that's not, you got a week? Like, bro, I feel like I'd fucking pawn everything I have. Fucking 10 grand, fucking pull out a bank loan. Maybe give them like half and be like, yo, give me another week.
The woman made her way into her apartment after her shift. She'd hear knocks at her door.
Okay, not rob a bank. Not rob a bank. You know what I mean, though. Like I'm saying, Chad, if you had to scrounge up $10K in a week, I feel like first thing is, do you have $10,000? If no, I'd probably get a bank loan. Just lie what it's for. Be like, fucking, a school loan. Fucking, or not, no, because then they're going to be like, go to a student loan. I feel like you could lie to a bank, though, and get a $10,000 loan in a week, even if you had bad credit, because most loans are big. How much credit do you think you need to get a 10K loan? Bro, I feel like you would need like a 500. Yeah. You can get a 10,000 loan averagely with a low credit score, like a 580, but you're going to have bad interest rates. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think you could have like a 400 credit score, but like, bro, if you have a 500 credit score, bro, you could still probably get you could get like a 10K loan. Unless you literally just had like multiple maxed out credit cards. What the fuck is credit score? The funny number that you don't learn about until you're an adult that determines whether or not you're trustworthy to loan money to. Your parents have a funny number attached to them between like 400 and 850, and depending on how high the number is, that's how much the bank is willing to give them, and how trustworthy they are to be loaned. The higher the better, yes. The higher your credit score, the better your credit score is, and you need a credit score. You need a good credit score to get like a loan for like a mortgage for a house, or like if you're taking out a loan for a car. Or if you're financing things, not even just loans. Like, it's whether or not you're trustworthy in the sense that, like, hey, this is how good you pay people back. That's basically what a credit score is in, like, dumbed down terms, is like, you are good at taking money out and paying it back on time, if not before when it needs to be paid back. You pay the interest, you pay everything off. They could give you money, make money on you, no problem. If your credit score's low, they don't want to give you money because there's a chance that you just default on the money, or like you go bankrupt, you don't pay them.
It would be 3 members of the Triad gang and a young girl who claimed that they wanted to settle the dispute with a more reasonable fee. Also, side note, the young girl seen...
How do we get from Halloween deaths to this? I don't know. I think we were talking about this woman that stole $500 from this mob boss, and then how she needed to pay him back and she was fucked. But I'm like, bro, you could come up with that money.
It would be 3 members of the Triad gang and a young girl who claimed that they wanted to settle the dispute with a more reasonable fee. Also, side note, the young girl seen here is actually the mob boss's girlfriend. Remember how I said he's 34? Well, she's 20 years younger than that. Yeah. Anyways, as soon as the woman opened up the door, they ripped her out of her apartment and drove her to a rundown flat on Granville Road in Kowloon. It was there that her final horrific month of torture began. Her captors beat her with pipes, suspended her in the air with wires, burned her...
Okay, doing this over $500 is fucking wild. Like, $500 is a lot of money, but to torture somebody to death over $500,000 is absurd.
With wax and plastic and rubbed peppery spices into her wounds. Each day blurred into the next. It was a cycle of torment designed
and they didn't let her go? They weren't like, okay, this is enough?
Not only to punish her, but to strip away at her humanity.
She was forced to smile and pretend that she enjoyed it.
Neighbors heard nothing beyond the walls, but within them, suffering was routine. After nearly a month of agony, her body could no longer endure the mistreatment, and she would pass away from the monstrous acts of the gang. Upon realization, the mob boss had his men disposing of her remains in bags and pieces to clear themselves of any evidence. However, in a grotesque and cruel twist, the boss would have her skull boiled clean, polished and preserved, and then stitched into his girlfriend's Hello Kitty plush.
What? Like, they made it a part of the fuck... Bro, that... Like, if... I'm not believing in ghosts, but, like, that shit's haunted. You torture a woman to death, fucking cut her head off, boil her fucking skull, and then, like, stitch it into a fucking doll. Oh my god.
Actually, I don't really feel comfortable considering her his girlfriend. I mean, the man's quite literally old enough to be her father.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, night after night, the young girl would be faced with the doll as she lived with the mob boss, and he kept it in the flat they were living in. She wouldn't be able to escape the sight of the toy, and as time went on, it began haunting her. She'd start seeing hallucinations and apparitions of the woman's ghost. The spirit would follow her every day, weeping dreadfully. It'd stand by the corner of her bed, staring at her every night, and if the girl ever fell asleep, it'd show up in her dreams as well, and turn them into...
My god, bro. Okay, see, I don't believe in ghosts, and I will say, like, I feel like part of this is probably, like, heavy trauma for this woman, but holy shit, dude, like if ghosts are real, that I would not be surprised if that was, like, a fucking ghost. You torture a woman, cut her fucking head off, and stuff it into a Hello Kitty doll, yeah, that thing's haunting you.
In her words, she said that it kept haunting her while demanding justice.
Wow.
It got so bad that the girl developed insomnia, and for weeks, she'd barely eat or sleep. Eventually, she broke. She ran to a nearby department, and reports from the Kowloon police station say that she turned up at the building shaking violently. As mentioned from witnesses, rather than her saying that she has a crime she needs to confess, the first words that left her mouth were something around the lines of, "I keep seeing her. I can't sleep. Please, she won't stop crying. She won't leave me alone." She was literally traumatized. The girl told police absolutely everything they needed to know, and officials set out to arrest everyone.
What's insane, too, is that girl might end up just getting killed, though, by the... Like, she would have to go to, like, witness protection. Because now the mob's going to be after her. Like, if you fucking rat on her, if you rat on that guy...
The three men. Actually, they don't really deserve to be called that. The three criminals were all sentenced to life in prison with a 20-year minimum before parole. The young girl was placed in protective custody, and after the trial, it was noted that she was seeing the ghost less. However, she'd still go on to experience nightmares and auditory hallucinations of the
Oh yeah, dude, she's probably gonna have to go to fucking therapy and psychiatric help for the rest of her fucking life, dude.
Woman weeping. The last thing that was heard of her before she was relocated with an identity change was that she was being given psychological treatment and correctional therapy. These aren't just horror stories, they're real events, and they're all so wrong, in so many ways. Halloween is meant to be scary in a fun manner, not in a cruel and dangerous one. To ensure that happens, make sure to group up, stay close to your friends, drink responsibly, and always check your candy twice. Take care of yourself and keep your loved ones safe. Without further ado, have a happy...
Check your candy twice, but it's also, dude, like, going out and drinking, you gotta be careful, too. Because Halloween is really a sketchy holiday to go bar hopping. I mean, it's, like, fun, but, like, if you're going to bars on Halloween, people are wearing masks and different outfits that hide themselves. So a lot of the time, they're going to feel more comfortable spiking drinks. They're going to feel more comfortable trying to give you Rufinol because they could just hide behind their Spider-Man mask or whatever the fuck they're wearing, and you have no idea who they are, right? And then it's also, like, hard to identify if there ever is anything there, so people are a little weird, a little more weird than normal. I love that video, though. That was a fun video. Not fun, interesting. Can't imagine being so extremely drunk in a public place that a man on fire screaming an act is seen as an act or a stunt. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that might have been a music festival where people are on, like, drugs, not just drinking. I feel like they weren't just drunk. Because you're not just drunk and you see a guy on fire and go, that's a stunt. Donut Mom, another terrible TikTok mother.
Alexandria Sobel, better known as Donut Mom, would gain that title in 2023 when she would go viral for feeding her 1-year-old nothing but a couple of donuts and some applesauce for breakfast.
Donuts and applesauce for breakfast? Have you guys ever had, like, just shit food for breakfast? When I was a kid, there would be once a month, my mom would let me eat, like, you know, muffins or something, and that would be, like, my only breakfast. Bro, do you guys remember Little Bites? That just fucking brought back a memory for me. Wow. That just brought back a fucking memory. Do you guys still eat these? God, I haven't had these in so long. Little Bites. You get like 5 in a pack. Dude, you would sometimes get, like, I remember the brownie ones were the best. There would be like a rare occasion where you would get one more than you were supposed to. And there would be a rare occasion where you would get one less. And that was like, that showed how your day was going. Oh my God, dude, they're so good. They're so good. Little Bites. They had the blueberry ones, the confetti cake. Oh, that would be like the snack time special. Plate my 1-year-old's breakfast with me. You opening the fucking, like, why are we filming this? Why are we filming this? For money? Plate my 1-year-old's breakfast with me. You're just taking donuts out of a bag and putting them on a plate. What the fuck am I watching? And why is she moving so slow? She's just staring at the camera. You would do the same if you had kids? No, I wouldn't be feeding them donuts for breakfast. Bro, what am I watching right now? Why is she mushing him up? What is she fucking doing? Yeah. And the look at the camera like, ta-da. Like you just showed me a fucking magic trick. You just got Mott's applesauce and fucking 3 cut up donuts.
This post would spark fierce criticism from the wider internet, especially after discovering more of her content. The more you watch, the more you be—
Bro, I've seen her do— I feel like I showed one of her videos to chat like a month ago, bro. And she was making some gruel. It was disgusting. Like, and it was like, dude, so many people go to her and they're like, you know, she's like a single mom. Or I don't know if she's a single mom, but she's a mom. She's trying to prep food for her family, you know, give her a break. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But most shit meals that you could prepare health-wise have the same prep time as something that's not unhealthy.
Begin to realize just how bad things
Every meal, bro, you got to start watching. No, he'll probably show some of the meals.
are. There are heaps of clothes and junk around the house, bits of rotten food and slop scattered around the kitchen, and of course, the various insects that come with that. People were also critical of Alex's attitude. They felt that she couldn't care less about her children's meals, and it's pretty easy to see how they thought that.
Bro, why is she filming this? Like, genuinely. Plate lunch for my 8 and 5-year-old with me. But like, why, what type of content consumption, who the fuck's watching this? It's satire? No, I think she wants money from it, and she knows that it's like, it does rage bait her audience. But I don't think it's satire in the sense that, I mean, bro, I feel like she's probably eating like shit and feeding her kids like shit. I mean...
videos, she is a self-described lazy mom, cooking for the undeserving.
Oh, see, like, what the fuck is this? You're not mixing in, we're not mixing in. This is just like, you're a terrible cook. I don't know if this is laziness or just like, bro, 2 packets of, is that 2 packets of beef and then turkey? And now you're just dousing it in ketchup. Bro, this is disgusting. Like,
She said, so, you're so silly.
And, bro, you know what really shows it? How fucking dirty this stovetop is. Like, no cleanliness. Bro, wipe it down. What are we fucking doing? No gloves either. I mean, dude, if I'm meal prepping for myself, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think her not having gloves is an issue. If I'm meal prepping for myself and I have to, like, mince up stuff or, like, mix up chicken, I'll just wash my hands, you know? Wash your hands before. Like, you're not at a restaurant. It's different.
Bella, bring it to the whole pack. Bella. Oh, I was talking to Brooklyn for a second.
I'm recording.
I'm recording my TikTok. Hold up, I'm making a video of our dinner. Wow.
People were also extremely critical of the amount that she was feeding her children, along with some of the stuff they were being fed. Alex has posted many videos returning home with stacks on stacks of pizzas or bags full of Mexican food.
Bro, a vivid memory I have is we used to have, dude, and it's real. If your kid's fat, it's the parent's fault. I've said that a million times. I'll say it a million more. But a vivid memory I have is when I was in elementary school. We had, like, Pizza Fridays, and each kid had to order before. It wasn't like, it was different than going in line and just, like, grabbing however many slices you wanted. You had to, like, predetermine how much you wanted. Like, your parents had to pay for the pizza prior. And so I would always get like a slice or two. There would be this one kid that was in kindergarten, and he was, like, morbidly obese. Like, I'm in my brain, I'm remembering what this kid looked like, and he was so big. And he would get, like, 4 slices of pizza, and I remember my gym teacher would, because he had to get the 4 slices because she paid, he would run around and he would go in multiple pizza boxes and find the 4 smallest slices to give to this kid. And I was like, wow, he's trying to, like, he's trying to mend the situation better. Like, when I saw, looking back at that, I'm like, damn, that gym teacher was a good guy. You know, like, he was trying to fucking help that kid out.
Kids don't get pizza very often, so.
I mean, this is the second one I've seen in the video. Plate for my 7 and 5-year-old with me as a
Figured
single
I'd do a
mom.
fun treat and give them some pizza. Give them a break from all the home cooking.
I mean, brother, home cooking's also fucking terrible for you. You're making just potatoes and beef. Like, where's vegetables?
I also always have to make sure they have fresh fruit.
That's not fresh fruit. That's literally sugar. That's sugar fruit in a cup. What? Fresh fruit? Fresh fruit is like you go to the fucking grocery store and buy. Bro, you're literally unboxing, like, shelf-stable fruit cups that you could wait 5 years to eat them.
Times a day. It's just important to me.
Bro. Like, I'd eat those, but that's like a snack. I'm getting my daily servings of fruit from that.
I give them some farm fresh oranges.
Farm fresh oranges? She's got to be rage baiting, bro. There's no farm. I'm giving them some farm fresh oranges. Are you serious?
That's their food. 7-year-old, 5-year-old. Okay.
What is that? What is that? Was that ice cream? Pizza and ice cream, fucking Dr. Pepper root beer floats. We're getting fucking Dr. Pepper floats every night. Ah, damn, this is dinner. 2 pieces of pizza, fruit cup, and then ice cream and soda. This is dinner?
But I don't have a drink, right?
I'm working on it, baby.
Oh my God.
I know y'all are gonna come for me, but...
Well, no, I will say, when I was a kid, I ate ice cream a lot. I remember, like, middle school, high school, too. Not even just when I was, like, a kid in elementary school. I used to eat probably, like, 3 fucking scoops of ice cream every night.
they're having water too. I just thought they've never really had one of these, and this would be a fun treat, so.
I think if you're doing this once a week, that's not bad. Can I have that take? I think if this is like, hey, it's Sunday, you know, like, oh, we're going to make, this is going to be like our son, like once a week's whatever. But the way she talks about it, where she's like, I always make sure they have their fresh fruit, makes me feel like this is like a regular day. Like this is not Friday night. Yeah, this isn't a Friday night where you're like going to Applebee's or something and you get a fucking dessert.
Dr. Pepper float. But they will also have a cup of water with ice.
With ice.
So, there's their dinner. Have a good night. That was their first time having a float of any sort, and they liked them. But that's definitely not an all-the-time thing, because they're not super into sweets, so have a good night.
Alex likes to claim that these are isolated events, that them getting pizza or fast food isn't a regular thing, but there are an unbelievable amount of
I mean, that's just like Thanksgiving meals, but it's like canned green beans.
videos where she does this, and clearly states in her text that this is for her 3 kids.
Kids don't get pizza very often.
5-minute dinner.
Look at this perfect pizza.
It's burnt.
Pizza. Perfectly crispy and gooey. Kids don't get pizza very often. We got pizza.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. I just think it's because she's unhealthy as fuck. Like, I think her kids eat like shit because she eats like shit. Your kids basically eat what you eat as they age. You know, once your kid's not like 5, I mean, even if their kid's 5, they just eat like smaller portions of what you eat a lot of the time. When they're a real infant, you know, they're eating baby food and other stuff, but like they effectively just eat what you eat. Like, what, you're not going to meal prep multiple different things. They just eat the stuff you eat in smaller portions. Maybe fractionally different things because kids are picky, but bro, they got fucking, I'm sorry, man. You got 4 boxes of fucking pizza.
And that's what we got for dinner. Love you guys.
Kids don't get pizza very often.
Got Mexican food. My son got steak tacos.
Dude, your fucking 6-year-old kid's eating all of that.
So, 8-year-old's plate, because I'm not wasting a plate. Why would I do that? I also got him a side of rice. And he put
a side of rice?
Salsa on his taco, so I'm going to give him the salsa that came with the chips. We got chips, a side of rice and beans for me, a side of rice and beans for someone, second bag secured. Probably goes with my boyfriend's because I don't eat that. This is my boyfriend's.
Hey, why are you making so much gas?
This is mine. Cheese dip. That might actually be my, that's,
Brooklyn.
I think this is my 5-year-old's taco. I think this is my 6-year-old's taco. I'm all over the place today.
And then there is the absolutely vile state of the kitchen stove. Alex seems to have a big problem with cleaning, especially when it comes to the dishes or the stove. She'll clean every once in a while, but it's usually after.
What is that? What is that? Is that like a jar of mayonnaise? No. It's too liquidy.
After a lot of criticism. Also after the kitchen had just gotten completely filthy, maybe even worse than Nova's.
Alfredo. Lazy dinner with a tired mom of 3. Are they always just a lazy dinner? And I understand she's a single mom, bro. I was raised by a single mom that had a fucking balance working like 50, 60 hours a fucking week and raising me, you know? And every meal I had wasn't great, but better than this, you know? I would eat, there would be a lot of the time, like most vegetables I ate were like canned. If I'm like really thinking about it. So it was just, you know, less time consuming. Like most of the I would eat canned peas, canned green beans, like a lot. But I would still eat like portions that I needed to. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't overeating. I was still getting fruit, vegetables, meat. Like it wasn't just we're going to eat chicken tenders for dinner every night. Like my thing is, bro, if you ain't ready to like realize you're going to cook for all, like don't have a kid, you know?
What? Oh! Yeah.
I also got to say, I just know this shit tastes fucking terrible. They're seasoning, she's seasoning it as it's being cooked. You're supposed to like marinate or season things prior to cooking them. I don't think it's bad to throw like a little extra like while you're cooking, especially if you're doing like some sort of like, you know, soups or whatever. You got to fucking, you know, put it season to taste. But if I'm like making food, I'm seasoning it before I fucking cook it.
Candy. Lollipop.
There's no love in this food? Bro, there's no love. There's no care. It's not dude, the fucking bottom half is unseasoned. She's not mixing it. She's just dousing the fucking chicken with seasoning on top of it and then just leaving it.
Uh-huh.
Was that 2 sticks of butter?
Not right now, baby.
What is she making? It's like mash.
Honestly, this isn't even the worst of it. In a recent photo that Alex posted, there were so many dishes in the picture that people have begun to speculate that instead of washing dishes, she has been buying new ones and calling them
No, like just leaving them there.
clean. It's just a theory, but there are an abnormal amount of dishes in that home. And sometimes they look like they're covered in maggots. A hot topic of discussion amongst Donut Mom detractors is the maggot fork, a photo of a fork which many have assumed to be covered in maggots. Once again, something that can't be confirmed, but the state of that kitchen is absolutely
Or like, bro, it's even as simple as just like buying the right, like, bro, get protein pasta. You know what I mean? Get like whole grain pasta, not this bullshit that's fucking, you know, a million ingredients, bad for you. Just straight up carbs and fats. That costs money. Bro, you realize like whole grain pasta in general, the difference between pasta prices is minimal. Like for dried, shelf-stable pasta. Bro, what is she making? Oh. Fortnite soup. Like, just the way that I'm seeing it is, dude, that was all canned stuff. Could have probably bought, you're still cooking, could have probably bought fresh shit for around the same price.
They're by the front.
More ground beef. Dude, this is literally gruel. This is what I was talking about. Like, none of this... I have not seen one thing that looks appetizing outside of takeout.
That gas stove of hers also really concerns me. It seems like she always cranks it up to the highest setting possible.
Oh my god, yeah, fucking high heat, just singeing anything she cooks.
And sometimes there's a lot of food that's fallen down by the burner. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but whenever I watch her cook around that flame, it makes me nervous. Now, I've talked so far about a lot of Donut Mom's bad habits, but one thing I haven't talked much about is her past. And I gotta say, it is nothing short of extremely interesting, and was something that I really didn't expect when researching this video. You may have noticed in the clips that I've shown you so far, Donut Mom has used quite a few different kitchens, and that's because in the last couple of years, Donut Mom has lived in quite a few situations. You wouldn't be able to tell by her TikToks, but things behind the scenes are extremely complicated, and it all stems from her numerous romantic relationships. Alex has 2 kids with Taylor, who is her first baby daddy and someone that we will discuss more later. It seems that a couple years after having their second child, the couple would break things off, and Alex would find herself in a relationship with another man named James, very quickly becoming baby daddy number 2, the father of Alex's youngest child. And this is where things kind of take an unexpected turn. Soon after the birth of their first child together, they would open their relationship, becoming a
oh my god, like a throuple
when a woman named Dana would move in. You can even see Dana in some of her old TikToks, helping her plate food for the kids.
Mommy. Put that back. Put that back. For Bella's plate.
Please keep your hands out of the
apples.
I want a whole one.
You're getting slices.
But you know,
I don't know, man. I just feel like, obviously you want the parent to have some level of like romantic relationship and like fulfillment themselves. But if you're just bouncing around in relationships, like that affects your kids. You know, if you have you had 2 kids with somebody, you have another kid with somebody else, I'm not judging there, but like if you just keep moving boyfriend to boyfriend to boyfriend to baby dad, like now your kids are just basically like nobles, or not nobles. What is it called when you move around a lot? Nomads. That's what it is.
the pink one. Cup.
I know, baby. And we're out of milk. They're having milk. I'll let my girlfriend show you. Here you go, bub.
I want pink.
Here you go, Buck.
Dude, they all also look unhappy all the time. And I know they might be dealing with their own shit, but I'm like, God damn, dude, this is just like depressing. Like, she's never smiling. She's never smiling. This woman's also never smiling. They always just look like they had the worst day ever.
What are you saying? My girlfriend cut my chicken up for me because she loves me.
For a while, this was Alex's life, until her and James broke up. Fun fact, James and Dana, the other woman, are still together, and from what I've heard,
I still respect her having custody of these kids and trying to be there as a mom, but like, I feel like she's potentially being like too forgiving in the way that she's raising them. Food-wise, I don't know how she raises them as a mom. I'm not saying that she's a bad mom, but I'm saying she's being a little lazy on the food area, you know? And she openly says that, and that I think it's good that she recognizes that, but I'm like, dude, you got to feed your kids well. Like, if they grow up eating like shit, they're always going to eat like shit.
Alex would spend a brief time living with her ex in the home, until eventually moving back in with her first baby daddy, Taylor, eventually rekindling their relationship. Now let's talk about Taylor a little more. Personally, I have not been getting very good vibes, even before I heard about some of the grosser stuff that he was getting up to. Taylor has been seen on Alex's lives carrying a firearm around the house for no discernible reason. Alex has
just walking around with a gun.
also said in the past that the children are afraid of him and that there might be a degree of violence involved. Alex has also accused Taylor of an absolutely disgusting act. When she, James, and Dana were still all together, Taylor would occasionally come over to visit, and during one of these visits, Alex would exit her room to find Taylor standing in front of it completely nude, shaking hands with the milkman. Here is a clip of Alex herself talking about the event.
Okay, so, no, that's not true 100%. Taylor did go in front of our exit door, but there was no way the kids could have seen it because they were all asleep. This was at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. Was it 1 o'clock in the morning? And so, no, the kids could not have seen it. No, Taylor did not want to join in the relationship. He wasn't interested in Dana. That does sound familiar because they both told me that Taylor was interested in Dana. But Taylor didn't even like Dana and told me not to do the throuple and that I would regret it.
Something to keep in mind here is the timeline.
I just think the idea, I'm never going to judge anybody also that wants to be in a open relationship, but I think the idea of being in a throuple is always a bad idea. Because you're mitigating the potentiality to love one person equally as the other, right? There's always going to be somebody left out in every situation. You can't, all three of you, share 33%, 33%, 33%. Like, there's going to be moments where you pivot more, and then I feel like that causes problems, no? I don't know. I just think even if you, that I'm not saying jealousy, it's more so just like how people mend together. Like, if you're in a throuple, I feel like most times I've heard about people in throuples, one person gets dropped. The other two usually stay together, or they don't, or they all split. And then you also have kids, and then it's just confusing for them because they don't know, you know, who they listen to authoritatively wise.
Because she willingly took Taylor back after this. Yeah, I gotta say, when I started researching a lady called the Donut Mom, I didn't expect things to get that crazy. To make that particular situation even worse, the kids were inside of the room when Taylor was doing that disgusting shit. It's divine intervention that Alex was the one that found him, and not one of his kids or soon-to-be stepchild. Overall, it's just a terrible environment. Despite rekindling the relationship, Alex seems to truly hate Taylor. When she moved back in with him, there was a notable increase in slop cooking, and I think part of the reason was because she knew Taylor also had to eat it.
Wait, what? So she would purposefully make bad food so he would eat it? What the fuck do you mean? What is that? What is that? Is that like frozen meat? Bro, it's always, dude, it's always ground shit. How often are you eating ground beef? God damn. It's always like minced stuff. Or canned, yeah. I will say oven cooking's the easiest cooking. It's like the laziest shit you could do. Usually. Depends what type of thing you're cooking in the oven. But when or air frying, I'm not saying it's bad necessarily, but like, I love sauteed vegetables. I hate sauteing vegetables. It's so much easier. Yeah, microwave, bro, but you're not cooking shit in a microwave. Like, you're heating it up. The easiest shit's just like, lay it out on a fucking sheet, season it, throw it in the oven for 25 minutes, and then and then it's cooked. Takes longer time-wise, actually, but you're doing less work.
Hold on, baby.
Bro, would this not, like, do y'all's sinks look like that? Like, this would stress me out. The sink is full. Like, actually full. If I see a few plates in my sink, I'm like, I need to put these in the dishwasher. I'm either hand washing them, I gotta put them in the dishwasher. This like, bothers me. This is what the sink looks like when you go on an Airbnb trip with, like, that's the only time I ain't give a fuck. And even then, it stresses me out, and I'll clean it. If I'm at, like, an Airbnb with, like, 8 of my friends, it's 8 people in one fucking house, and you're all just fucking throwing your shit wherever. That's when it looks like that. You wash your plates after every meal? No. But I'll rinse them off, and then I put them in the dishwasher. I probably run my dishwasher, like, twice a week. I mean, bro, like, the fact that we're just, like, squeegeeing fucking liquid into a big cup right now.
Yummy. I don't know if I recorded it, but I had a corn.
And then that, too, bro. That's an entire stick of butter.
But sometimes it also seems like she genuinely dislikes her kids. When they talk to her during videos or live streams,
Yeah, every time we've seen this video, she's like, 1 minute. I'm recording 1 minute.
She could not be less interested, usually acting annoyed. Posts like this are proof. There she is, cooking her horrific meal, saying that her kid doesn't deserve it. To be honest, they probably don't.
Dinner for my girls because my son didn't deserve it tonight as a mama of 3.
But not in the way that she means. No person should have to eat food like this. I mean, I'm no nutritionist, but it seems like a lot of food to be giving a kid.
It's not even, dude, it's not even the nutritionist sense of, like, this is unhealthy. It's unhealthy and it looks gross. And it's bad food.
They're all varying ages and all seem to get the same amount of grub, which still feels like too much even for the 7-year-old. There have also been rumors floating around of one of Alex's children being taken to the hospital, potentially being diabetic, which it seems like Alex might be. I'm not even joking when I say I've seen her be in the middle of cooking a meal, give herself an injection, then go right back to cooking. I keep saying it, but I believe it. It's a truly awful environment. Not just for Alex's children, but for her pets. Alex also has a bunch of pets. 1 dog.
Oh my God.
And a couple of rabbits.
I never understand that. It's like, dude, it's not even just her. There's so many people that are like, yeah, man, I'm so tired. I'm lazy. I have to take care of this. I'm like, dude, You're sitting there cooking your kid's shit, and then you get, like, you have, like, 5 dogs. You have 5 dogs. Multiple cats, birds. What are we doing? Why do we just keep adding on? That has to be, like, genuinely a diagnosable personality-based thing. Where you just you literally can't fucking take care of the tasks you already have, and you just keep giving yourself more. It's like hoarding. It's like hoarding alive things where you're just like, it's like laziness. We saw that, you remember that one body cam video we saw? I'm not relating her to that. But that one body cam video we saw where it was like that woman that had like 25 dogs. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? You can't take care of them after like 10. You just can't, let me get another. That'll help.
She will just let the rabbits free roam and poop everywhere.
Oh my God. The long-awaited house tour. There's just poop on the ground. Dude, you know this house smells like shit. When I adopted, not Daisy, when I adopted the dog I had prior, I remember I was a kid. We got her from the fucking grossest house you've ever seen. Like, it wasn't from an adoption center. It was from some woman that, like, raises animals and, like, sells them. And they return the dog that they originally bought because they didn't want it anymore. And we ended up picking it from, like, some local woman. And we walked inside, and, bro, there was just, like, shit on the floor. Like, not shit meaning stuff. Shit like poop. I'm like, this is gross.
Same principles of free
Like, you're
roaming
just not cleaning it up.
with her dog, and that has had even worse consequences. One of her more infamous TikToks took place when she was outside with her dog. The dog had no leash on, would run into the road, and be hit by a car. Thankfully
Wait, what?
Thankfully surviving, but Alex has openly stated that she never used a leash before. She didn't see the need. The dog is really small, so it's honestly a miracle that it lived. Her bunnies free roam, her dog free roams, and apparently, sometimes the kids do too.
I literally, like I said, I will only go 5 minutes up the street and leave my 7-year-old for like 5 minutes if I'm going just to the gas station for milk or something. But
I mean, why not just take him?
still bring my 2-year-old and I still bring my 5-year-old because...
Like, at what age can you be a home alone for, like, a few hours? Damn, dude. I can't... I always used to have to go to my grandparents. I remember that. I feel like when you're, like, 11... Yeah, like if you're, like, 11 years old, maybe 10... I think you could be, like, like, your mom could reasonably be like, I will be back in an hour. Don't die. Like that at that time. But, like, before then, like, a 7-year-old, I don't know. I remember, I feel like there was a time where when I was in, like, 4th grade where I was home alone for, like, an hour or two. How old are you in 4th grade? Like 9?
The way that she treats them is very unusual for someone trying to build a brand off of family content. And this is most of what she puts out, cooking videos, along with promoting things from her TikTok shop. Recently, one has caught the eye of many people watching her, an exercise device unlike anything I've ever seen.
I mean, bro, there's no fucking way. She's promoting this, or she's saying she's using this to try and get in shape. What are we fucking doing? It's just like a hula hoop. Bro, what is that glare? Do you see what I mean? She's always, like, staring off at something. Like, what is she looking at?
Between this and the horrendous...
So do you think she's a stay-at-home mom? Like, I mean, I don't know. But I feel like if she's trying to, like, film all these videos to make money and then also, like, promo TikTok shop products...
meals, it's no wonder that she went viral on TikTok.
Oh, she said she is?
Surprisingly enough, Eastern European viewers especially get this. I don't know exactly what languages these are being spoken in the comments, but I assume that this says nothing.
Wait, the majority of her audience is in English?
Good. And it's not just them, it's most people. Alex does have a very dedicated
Bro,
fan...
and you know all the European people in the comments are like, this is an average American. Like, I am so serious. You know all the people from fucking, like, France and Germany and shit that are seeing this is like, yeah, this is the norm.
To me, it seems like Alex is extremely unhappy. She rarely smiles and cooks with contempt instead of love. This attitude
I mean, she just doused that in oil.
Understand towards her spouse, Taylor, who has done some pretty awful things.
No, you know, I bet she's fucking gone through a lot, and I feel bad for her in that sense. But, I don't know, man. I feel like you gotta separate yourself in that situation.
But I don't understand it towards her children. They've done absolutely nothing to deserve this. And from what I've been able to gather, the state has become involved before and found nothing wrong with the home. But that sadly says a lot, that conditions like this are quite common. As depressing as it is, There are thousands of donut moms out there, but what sets Alex apart is that she has decided
Bro, I remember I love pocket watching what people buy at the grocery store. It's like a hobby of mine. So when I'm grocery shopping, I'll like look at what other people have. Just out of curiosity, I'm like, what are you buying? Yeah, when I go to the grocery store, I'll look at what people are buying. And there was this one time I went, and this mom had dead ass 25 of the same TV dinners, like stacked up. They were all these like semi-health food based TV dinners, and she just looked fucking depressed. Like she was checking out, and it was just like, dude, they literally just like the whole fucking grocery cart was just full of the same meal.
to broadcast it all to the internet. For how much longer, I don't know. Occasionally she will go private, but quickly return. She also claims that this is her only form of income, so—
Oh my god, I forgot about that. You remember this person that said they were like the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler?
She doesn't really have an incentive to stop. For now, she seems content making her cooking.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she has to be doing... maybe she does act more upset for, like, the money and I guess, like, the grabbing factor. But her saying fresh fruit and then bringing out a fruit cocktail tells me everything I need to know. No, yeah, that literally encompasses the entire video. This screams literal room temperature IQ. I need a shower. Sloth-like being. Oh, my God. These YouTube comments are brutal. Not only movement speed, dexterity, voice, language, all of it. I've never heard somebody say sloth-like being. God damn, dude. The way she lazily flops down everything she handles is absolutely repulsive on a personal level. I don't think I could be around somebody like that. A dog has better manual dexterity. Yeah, bro, she was like fucking spilling everything. Coke with ice cream for a 7 and 5-year-old. They're being on Zoomies. They'll be getting the Zoomies sooner and diabetes later on. Imagine thinking plastic cups full of the lowest quality fruit that they're legally allowed to sell you suspended in sugar water is farm fresh. Dude, when she said farm fresh oranges, that was like cringe-worthy. Farm fresh oranges. And it was fucking straight up. It was actually just straight up fucking just like that shit you'd get at like a school lunch. The most ungrateful rich kid. Poncho video. I haven't watched him in a while.
It still got tags on it. I don't even really know what I have. I have on an all-wool cashmere.
Oh my God, y'all see all those boxes? God damn.
And I have on my Rolex.
Dude has a Rolex at 17? What the?
$1,000 a month is not enough for me. I would like my allowance raised to $1,500.
Oh, hell no.
$1,500 a month? Do y'all get an allowance? I never got an allowance. There'd be times where, like, if I was going on a field trip, I'd be like, Mom, I need $20. She'd give me $20, but I never got paid. The only time I would ever sometimes get money is if I did like chores for my grandparents, but they would pay me. I never got money until I did work. Even if it was like, there would be times where when I was in high school, before I worked at GNC or had like a yard working job where I was like mowing lawns or whatever, I was able to like, you know, do base yard. I'd be like, do you need me to do anything? Go to your grandparents. Yeah, I'll give you $100 if you do this, and this. And so I'd work for like 2 days, and I'd get $100. That's how I would afford games.
Oh, hell no. Somebody's got to humble this kid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your favorite Mexican Raincoat here. I hope you're all doing well today. I'm not doing too bad myself today. We're watching another episode of Dr. Phil. Today's guest is apparently a 17-year-old boy who spends thousands of dollars of his mom's money on clothes. Designer clothes, to be exact. So basically, he's just a spoiled rich kid.
Bro, the one thing that would piss me off was I used to have to wear a uniform at my school, and I went to like a preparatory school, right? And so we had to wear a suit every day to class. All the kids, I was like one of the more, I mean, now I have money, but I was fucking broke then because my parents were divorced, you know, whole thing. I was like low class. And I would go to school and I'd wear like belts from Marshalls, right? Like I'd wear like all my clothes was either hand-me-down or like I'd go to like a regular store, get something that didn't really fit perfectly, but it fit. But there'd be this, I remember I had a friend in high school, and he came to school and he was like, yeah, I got this Gucci belt for Christmas, and he shows me it, and I'm like, you asked for that? I'm like, why would that be the thing you got? He's like, no, I got other stuff too. And I'm like, oh shit, like If for Christmas, if I got a Gucci belt, I'm not like, I would get pretty cool stuff for Christmas. But if I got a Gucci belt at Christmas, I'd get like 2 other things. I'd get like a $20 gift and a $10 gift. If I got a $300 Gucci belt, that'd be like Christmas. So I was like, why would you ask for that? I would rather ask for like video games, and gizmos and gadgets are the best.
And if you've watched my channel for a while, y'all already know how I feel about spoiled rich kids. I feel like, you know, they should be taught some hard work. They should learn how to put the fries in the bag, if you will. Those are valuable lessons that you should learn in life, you know, work for what you get. But clearly,
the craziest shit, bro, that I remember is, because when I thought Santa was real, I would get, when I was a kid, like not when I was in high school, man. I'm talking about when I was like 9. I would get gifts from Santa, and then I'd get gifts from my mom. And I always feel, I've said this before, I look back at it and I'm like, wow, man, like I wasn't, you gotta be, I was thankful for what I had, but I wish I was more thankful, because I remember I got Santa's gifts, and then my mom would get me something, and it would be something small. It would be like something from the Dollar General, like ring pops and like a $4 Lego set. And I'd be like, damn, my mom got me nothing. and I remember saying that in my head. And I remember being like, thanks, Mom. And I'd give her a hug because I was like, that's nice. But in the back of my head, I was like, damn, like that's all she could get me. And then now I look back at it and I'm like, bro, she was spending all the money she had extra, like no savings, like all the money she was saving up. She would just buy me Christmas gifts as Santa Claus. Right.
This kid has not learned that lesson yet. Quote, I see myself as very privileged, says teen who wants allowance.
So I think like it's a very humbling thing. If you when you realize that, and then you look back at your parents and you're like, man, dude, they were like, everything they scraped up, they were like just buying you shit.
It's raised from $1,000 to $1,500. That's a lot of money to be receiving for an allowance. I don't think anyone
and they're not even thanking you. You know what I mean? Like you're a low-income parent, and you're like, you're making ends meet so you could buy your kid Christmas gifts, and they're like, Santa got me this. I'd be like, bitch, Santa didn't fucking get you that shit. Fucking, oh my god.
Watching this video right now has
dumb motherfucker. Oh my god, see that shit.
Ever received this type of allowance before. This is definitely rich kid allowance. But we're taking a look at this episode today, so yeah, strap in. Like the video for a Lamborghini. Let's watch.
My allowance is $1,000 a month, and I spend it on shopping and buying designer clothes.
Damn, $1,000.
Bro, I feel like I'd be like invested. Nah, honestly, if I was a kid and you were giving me $1,000 a month, I'd be buying every Fortnite skin. I'd be buying the best version of the new Call of Duty. I'd be fucking buying all the shark cards. I'd be spending all the in-game currency.
Holy shit. Honestly,
I'd be buying Clash of Clans gems.
If I got an allowance of $1,000 when I was 17 years old, I'd probably be spending it on the same thing. It'd probably just go straight to clothes. I can't even blame him.
We got Yeezy shirts, more Gucci and Blake. We got True Religion shirt. This shirt right here, I can't even say the name of it. Like, I just got brands in here that I can't even pronounce.
I'm not gonna lie, bro has drip, okay? Like, these brands are all good. All the brands he just listed off, all of them are valid. Also, I can't pronounce this brand either. Comme des Garçons, I think it's called.
Comme des Garçons.
Oh, now obviously paying for designer clothes is a little bit of a wallet drainer. You know, they all cost a lot for damn near no reason at all, other than just the fact that people want those types of clothes, so they mark up the price. No disrespect to...
I don't know, like, there's designer clothes that do look really good. Like, there's ones that are, like, I think all Supreme shit's hype. I think Supreme is a stupid brand. I think Supreme and Gucci are dumb fucking brands. I think they're like just solely off of user value. But, you know, there's brand like Louis Vuitton. A Louis Vuitton bag is a high quality bag. That is a good bag, but it's overpriced. It's so overpriced, but it's a good bag. Like, you're getting a product that's still worth more than an average thing in the consumer space for that item, right? Like, if it wasn't Louis Vuitton, it'd still be a fucking $200 bag. It just wouldn't be $4,000. But Gucci, you buy like a Gucci hoodie, you might spend fucking $300 on a Gucci hoodie, $400 on a Gucci hoodie. The hoodie's worth $60. It's worth what a regular hoodie's worth. It's just it has that logo on it.
Comme des Garçons, but it's literally just a heart. This shit should not be worth $100. But this video isn't about Comme des Garçons. It's about this kid. I really don't think there's too much wrong with this kid. I think his mom...
I love video. I gotta say this side note. I love videos where I'm watching like gameplay. It's very stimulating. Where it flashes between the imagery in a video game. If they're not a face cam guy, I'm like, yeah, I'll watch you build a Minecraft path while I'm while we're watching this.
Just kind of spoiled him with an allowance, so he's obviously gonna end up being entitled because like you can't just give a kid everything they want. They're gonna just end up being spoiled and entitled. Like it's not really
I think if you're a rich parent and you know your kid's gonna have more than other people, that's not wrong. But it's like you have to teach your kid that no is a thing. Because if you always buy them whatever they want, then they're spoiled. I think you could be a non-spoiled rich kid, because if you have good parents and they're like, every once in a while they're like, I'm not buying you that, right? And they're perceiving it in this instance where it's like, hey, yeah, your first car, I'll buy you. You won't have to buy yourself. It'll be nice. But like, I'm not going to buy you everything you want when we go out. I'm not going to buy you this. Sometimes I'm not going to get you that. Sometimes you're going to have to use a hand-me-down.
Fault that he's spoiled. You get what I'm saying?
I just love swiping my car and it just say approved, approved, approved.
Damn, bro, come on, man.
You ever get a card declined, bro? That's like getting shot in the fucking chest. Oh my God. Especially if it's just like not even because there's not money in there. You get a card declined. You get a card declined because like the chip ain't read and you're like, it didn't work. Do it again. You do it again. Doesn't work. You're like, I swear to God, I have the money to pay for this, man. You gotta believe me. I have the $30, bro. I'm not trying to steal this. Please don't think about this for the next 3 hours.
You really had to flex on us brokies?
I know I will.
You.
We have a chapstick that has 2 karat gold in here.
What?
We have a chapstick that has 2 karat gold in here.
Why? Fucking... that's like the golden Schlager. The alcohol that has gold in it, fucking why? Or whenever you see those, you ever see those videos where not like Salt Bay, but it'll be it's a little person and he chops the food up like it'll be a fucking fat steak and he's got the best haircut you've ever seen. And he's got these sunglasses on and he goes, and he does the Salt Bay thing. Bro, sometimes they'll like cover that steak in gold and cut it. And I'm like, you just spent $1,000 on a steak because it's got covered in gold. What are we fucking doing?
Okay, that's a dumb purchase. That shit is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. A chapstick with gold in it? That seems like the type of product that only super rich people buy, specifically to feel more rich. Like, who out here is buying gold chapstick, bro? That is so unnecessary. Reminds me of the gold pizza that Mr. Beast ate. But again, bro, I can't...
Oh, the Bitcoin pizza? The Bitcoin pizza? Yeah. That shit. You're eating it, you're gonna fucking poop it out. I'm gonna shit into a fucking spaghetti strainer.
Really blame this kid for buying this because his mom is conditioning him to become a spoiled brat by giving him all this money. So it's like, of course he's gonna turn into somebody who buys golden lipstick or chapstick.
It's gold on my lips. My favorite brands is Burberry. My Burberry favorites, you know, I got the shirt on. I love Burberry. Balenciaga.
What the fuck is the name of that brand? What the fuck is the name of that brand? Burberry? Burberry?
Favorites, you know, I got the shirt on. I love Burberry.
Burberry. What is that? Burberry.
Damn, so he's really getting
I thought it was Burberry.
Anything he wants. Like, holy
Burberry.
shit, this would have been my 17-year-old dream.
Half of this stuff, it still got tags on it. I don't even really know what I have. I have on an all-wool cashmere.
Oh my God, y'all see all those boxes? God damn.
And I have on my Rolex.
Dude has a Rolex at 17? What the Has this kid worked a day in his life? Has he done any chores or anything? Like, what is this kid doing to deserve all of this? Because from what it seems like all he's doing is just existing. And boom, he gets a Rolex for that. There's definitely an off-balanced reward.
Yeah, I've always thought, like, I know I make good money on social media. I'm like, if my kid ever grows into wealth, I'm gonna make sure he ain't some bum. I don't care what he does with his life. Just don't be a fucking bum. You know, don't be a bum. That's like, I don't care, you know, if you don't have to get a degree, you don't have to fucking make a lot of money. You could be whoever you want. You can have whatever sexuality you want. Just don't be a bum, right? Don't be a loser, right? That just does job. No, not even, okay. I'm not saying they have to work all the time. I'm like, just don't be a bum. You know what I mean? Like somebody that just like, they're just, you know, breathing air, man. They're just fucking, they don't do anything. Like, they don't have hobbies. They don't have a job. They don't travel. They don't talk to people. They don't even play video games. They just fucking, like, sit, eat, maybe watch a show, go to bed. And that's different when you're, like, I did that when I was in high school when I was a teenager. But that's, like, I'm talking, like, if my kid was, like, 30 and he's doing that, I'm like, you're a bum. I'm a bum. You're not a bum if you're like 15 and all you do is like wake up, eat food, take a shit, watch a show, play Fortnite with your friends. That's teenage shit, right? You're a bum. You're in your bum stage, right? You got to get out of being a bum. At some point, you evolve from being a bum, but some people don't, and then they're just bums. I've said the word bum like 100 times.
System put in place between this kid and his mom. Mom's just throwing money at her kid. That's crazy.
This was $1,000 or $900. I spent $2,000.
Like a guy that's like, a bum is like a dude that's 25 and he's like, yeah, I've just been like, bro, there's like not really many good jobs open right now that I kind of want to work right now. So I'm kind of just waiting for the job market to open up. I've been doing a bit of day trading every day. I made like $20 on GME stock. But outside of that, really, I just kind of like queue, like, I don't know, maybe 8 hours of League a day. And then I've also just been working on my own NFT. So that's kind of like the route I'm going down right now. I've just been like really looking into the space. I'm a part of a paid Discord server for sports betting. They have really good picks. So yeah, no, like I've been like kind of tailing some of the bets. And right now I'm up like $35. So if I make a few more good ones, I'll probably be able to like pay for the membership soon. And then at that point, I'm like, I'll be winning money, you know? And, you know, sometimes you're down, but then you gotta keep tailing them, man. You know, as he says, Raji the Rabber, Roger the Rabbit. What the fuck am I saying? I'm just rambling right now. I'm trying to make up a scenario.
It pains me to listen to and watch. Holy shit, $2,000 on a tracksuit, bro? Oh my god.
My nickname is King, and I feel like it fits me because I'm the king of designer.
Okay, all right, now, buddy, chill out.
His nickname's King. I feel like if somebody's nickname's King, you gave yourself that fucking nickname. You know what I mean? You think somebody gave him that? Be like, yo, bro, your nickname's King, though. Everybody's nickname's always corny, or it's just a shortened version of their name. Nobody's being like, yo, dude, you're like, yo, I'm going to start calling you King, man.
This is all bought by your mom. I guess now is the part where the entitlement starts, showing.
They call me the king because I'm the king of designer.
A lot of people do say I'm bougie. All my fashion books, Barney's New York, Fendi book, Tiffany & Co. holiday collection book. I see myself very privileged.
Very verbalaged? Did he say privileged or verbalaged? I don't even know what verbalaged means. But if he said he's really privileged, that's right. That's just correct. I mean, at least he's self-aware of it. But one other thing I noticed is that this kid has a lot of fashion books. And if he is passionate about fashion, then that's honestly pretty cool. But if he's just one of those hype beasts who just gets everything at bougie stores, then that's a little corny. But either way, the mom is the cause of all of this.
Limited edition is everything. You gotta have a
Yeah, I feel like a lot of... I feel like you grow into your brand and things that you like as you, like, get out of the end of high school. When you're in middle school and high school and it's like your friend gets something that's designer and he's like, yeah, this is sick, it's Supreme. He doesn't actually like Supreme. His older brother told him Supreme was really cool. And so he asked his mom for it for Christmas. And so now he wears LeBrons because he knows who LeBron James is. And all the cool kids he knows wear LeBrons. He doesn't actually like the brand. If anything, he probably dislikes the shoes. And he doesn't really change until, like, you're at a point. There's, like, a point in your life where you kind of try to, like, be a part of the herd to fit in. And then you actually just, like, become your own person.
Limited edition piece in your closet, or your closet is corny. Your drip is corny.
Okay, that is some goofy ass logic, bro. You don't need limited edition anything to have good drip. That's definitely something a rich, spoiled kid would say.
$1,000 a month is not enough for me. I would like my allowance raised to $1,500.
God, the entitlement is coming.
And the thing with an allowance is, like, bro's getting $1,000 a month. He's getting $12,000 a year to spend on whatever he wants. His bills are still being covered. You know, he's still being bought food. When he goes other places, he's still probably getting more money.
$1,500 a month is how much part-time jobs pay per month. And he's doing nothing. He's doing no work. Like, where is he getting this entitlement from? Oh, wait. It's definitely the mom, isn't it?
Okay, guys, so this is my brand new Givenchy book.
Yeah, he wants 18 grand a year of spending money.
Bag. Some YouTube channels I admire is Nicolette.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Of course, the spoiled brat is inspired by the final boss spoiled brat. That's so crazy. I was just about to mention Nicolette. This guy kind of reminds me of her because Nicolette was wanting $2,000 a month, I believe, of monthly allowance or something like that. And this guy wants $1,500. So no wonder that he's inspired by her. He's really following in her footsteps, huh?
Jeffree Star, the Ace family. My mom is not
The Ace family. I have never heard somebody in my life say that Ace family was their favorite YouTube channel. I would never in my life think that I would have heard that. There's people they have a lot of subs. Your favorite YouTube channel?
She rather me go to college.
Yeah, that's a pretty good plan.
I don't feel like an average person. I'm above that.
Ew, okay, chill out, buddy. You are just like everybody else. There is nothing too special about you. I can confirm that. Bro really thinks he's the main character just because his mom spoils him. Oh my God. It's crazy because this lifestyle that he's living is not funded by him, but he sure is acting like it is.
I want to tell Dr. Phil, my mom needs to raise my allowance and that she needs to stop pressuring me to go to college.
But the problem is, like, whenever they have this level of, oh my God, did he just say stop pressuring me to go to college? If she's paying you $12K a year, you go to college. I'm not even different from the argument of, you know, I don't want to go to college. I want to do with what I want to do with my life. But if your mom's paying you $12K a year, untaxed money that you could do whatever you want with, you go to college. Hey, you want me to go to college? Hey, yeah, I'll go to college for 8 years. That's fine. If you just keep paying me $20,000 a year to fucking do nothing. Fucking, oh, I don't have a job? Oh, but you're still going to give me money. I just got to go to college. Okay.
Yeah, definitely spoiled, definitely entitled, definitely a rich kid.
Isn't college easier than high school? Depends on the major. I mean, I think the material was harder for my college experience, but I think overall it was easier. Because I did more reading and writing than, like, test taking.
But honestly,
But that was because I was in philosophy.
I still stand on what I said earlier. If I was 17 and my mom was giving me all this money, I'd probably be entitled to. I just feel like parents should not be doing that. They shouldn't be spoiling their kids like that because it'll just gash these kids' heads up. And this kid's just the perfect example of that. Anyways, let's hear out what the mom has to say because I'm curious to know her POV.
I get mad and frustrated with Ryan because he just wants more and more money all the time.
But who keeps on giving it?
I never understand these Dr. Phil episodes where they're like, my son's saying they need more money and I don't know what to do. Stop giving him money. Stop giving him money. What do you do? What do you mean? What are they going to do? I'm moving out. With what? You have no money. Let me know when you're coming back.
Ryan needs a job to support his habits.
Okay, yeah, I agree. He needs a job. He needs to put the fries in the bag ASAP. But if he keeps getting money from his mom, then he's going to have...
Like when you're a kid, you ever see the videos on TikTok of kids that are like 5 years old trying to run away? And they get like 10 feet out of the house and they're like, maybe this is a bad idea. And then they turn around. It's the same shit. Like, if you have no capacity to take care of yourself, like, it's different if you're running away because, like, your family abuses you. But if you're in this kid's situation and you're running away from home or, like, I'm going to leave if your mom doesn't give you fucking $18,000 a year for being a bum, like, you're going to come crawling back immediately.
Have no reason to get a job because he already has money. He's getting the money from his mom. So why would he need to get a job, you know? So far, I think the mom's just a flat out enabler.
I had a summer job at 15. I was washing dishes and I only was getting paid like $100 every 2 weeks, which is not enough to support my lifestyle.
$100 every 2 weeks. So you were working like maybe 1 10-hour shift a week? You were working once a week?
God, what is it with these teenagers thinking that they need to fund a lifestyle?
I had like a part-time job and I worked like 8 hours on Mondays.
Bro. A bougie lifestyle is...
And I couldn't buy designer clothes. I don't know.
earned. It's not just given to you. If you want to have a bunch of nice things and a nice place to stay and a nice car, all that, a nice lifestyle.
That's good for a teenager. Bro, I even think that's fine. If you can land a part-time job in high school to work 2 days a week, that's fucking fire. Because then you're just getting money. You still have the majority of your time off, and you're still saving.
You got to earn it. It's that simple. Like, he's over here saying he wants to live large without putting any work in. But in the real world, most people just work hard to afford.
How much do you think everything he has would cost? Clothing-wise, I have no idea.
The basics. He's over here complaining about something that others would be super grateful for. This kid's clearly out of touch, but that's spoiled rich kids for you.
Basically, after 4 weeks of working there, I quit because I got tired of being told what to do.
He quit his job because they were telling him to work? Like, what the fuck? All the employed people watching this video are just watching this like, what the fuck?
I quit my job at GNC because they wouldn't give me enough hours. It was COVID. They were like, we're going to have to prioritize some of the other people. And I went, okay. And then I texted her. I was like, I'm quitting. What do you need me to do?
Son Ronald, he tries to sneak little ways in to get more money. Like if he takes out the trash or, you know, tidying up around the house, he feels as though he got to be paid extra for each individual thing.
Chat, could y'all imagine just like getting paid for every single chore you do in the house? That's a dream. But honestly, it's kind of not, because I'm really glad that I came up the way I did. My parents didn't really pay me all that much. They would just tell me to do things like go get a job, go mow the lawn, go do chores in the house. And honestly, while we're on the topic of chores, I feel like kids doing chores.
Yeah, bro, I feel like doing bullshit work for no money makes it awesome when you finally get paid. Like, I know now I'm a Twitch streamer, bro, but I'm talking about when I was a kid. You do bullshit, you don't get paid much. Sometimes you'll get paid if you do a shitload of chores. And then, like, you have a job for the first time and you get your first... Bro, getting your first paycheck is, like, such a fire thing. I remember I got my first, like, you know, bi-weekly paycheck. It was, like, $300, $350, because I worked, like, multiple weeks, sold a bunch of things. I got commission. I was like, damn, bro. I actually have money.
Just teaches them what it's like owning a house in the future. I feel like that's the value of doing chores. They get to know what maintaining a home is like, and they get early experience doing that. I don't feel like, you know, they should be paid for that. I feel like that's just like learning work. That's just learning hard work. I know I sound like an unk describing all this, but like, it's true.
I think there's instances where you have everyday tasks that you just gotta fucking do. Right? Like, you take out the trash, do the dishes. But if it's like, hey, if you mow your grandparents' lawn, I'll give you $30. I think that's, like, regular work. Bro, I remember I would go over my friend's house, and I would have to do work for his grandpa before me and him could hang out. I vividly remember I'd be like, yo, we're hanging out. He'd be like, yeah, come to my house at, like, 10. I'd show up. And we'd go rake his fucking grandpa's leaves. Me, my friend, and his cousin for like 3 hours. And then we'd get cookies and hot chocolate. I'd be like, it was pretty fire. And then we would be able to go fuck around.
I just recently bought a home and I already know how to maintain a lot of...
Dead ass, if you're going to give somebody pay, I feel like, okay, this kid's, you know, a high schooler, so it's different. But like, if you ever try to, you know, do work or get me to do work. When I was like 10, if you offered me money, I'd go, pff, pff. That means nothing to me. What would I buy with a fake dollar bill? Dollar bills mean nothing. I'll buy you a 10-piece chicken nugget meal. What? And then I would go, yeah, right. Then I'll do it.
Because of the lessons I learned as a child. So thank you, Mom, if you're watching this video.
Oh, you need to pay me for this. You need to pay me for that. I do laugh because, like, why do I have to pay you to do your chores?
Okay, so she's complaining about her kid, but I'm over here thinking, like, lady, aren't you the one that's supporting his, quote, lifestyle? I don't know. Something isn't adding up here. I want to see what Dr. Phil has to say. Actually, wait, he lost his doctor license. We're just going to call him Phil now.
Now, Ronald says he uses retail therapy to make himself better because his mom is always at work.
Okay, so the mom might be a workaholic, which if that's true, that's kind of sad because it goes to show that she's just like throwing money at him but not giving him any attention that he needs. Kids need attention from their parents, so no wonder he's getting all this validation from all this like purchasing. He's probably coping with the fact that his mom's barely there and she's just working all the time and throwing him money.
But is he willing to take a smaller allowance or no allowance so she doesn't have to work as much.
Oh, okay. So she's working all the time because she's trying to pay.
Oh my God, she's been picking up more hours because he's been asking for more money. What an unfucking grateful shit. I also think that's still on her where she could just be like, no.
Pay for his allowance. Yeah, she's definitely enabling this. I feel like mom should just put her foot down and say, no, you're not getting any allowance. And boom, it solves a lot of the problems. She doesn't have to work as much now and she can see her kid more. And he won't turn out to be a spoiled brat because he's not getting any money anymore and he has to learn to work.
She can work more to raise my allowance. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Whoa, holy shit, this kid is entitled as hell. He really said, yeah, she's gonna work more to afford more for me. Who does bro think he is? He hasn't put any work in to afford his lifestyle, which means he doesn't deserve it.
Graduate high school at the end of the year, your allowance will be cut off.
Oh no.
You're going to have to work a job or 2 jobs.
What do you mean, oh no? Like they don't have control over it. You have no say. You have literally no say. What do you mean, oh no? She could just be like, no, I'm not paying you anymore.
This kid's panicking. It's honestly satisfying to see, bro. He's gonna have to learn to put the fries in the bag. A pivotal moment in everyone's life.
No.
Because I can't do it.
That's not gonna happen, bro.
I can't.
Let me ask you something.
What, Phil? Spill it out.
You're living in a small bedroom in your house, and he's in the...
Oh, now, let me ask you something here. So, your son's buying some nice clothes like Nike. What is he getting? Okay. Yeah, is your son, how much is your son spending a month, did you say again? Like, Dr. Phil just fucking losing his mind up on stage. Unbearable to watch.
Master Suite.
Wait, what?
Did you see? I've been playing Fortnite recently. I've been trying to get my own Fortnite skin.
What? This kid gets the master bedroom? Holy shit, this mom is such a pushover. Y'all, imagine getting the master bedroom in your parents' house. That is crazy levels of privilege. No wonder he ended up this entitled. That's crazy.
Who pays for this house?
I do.
But you put him in the master suite and you go down the hall and live in a smaller bedroom. Why is that?
Dr. Phil coming in with the common sense for sure. Yeah.
I think this goes back to let me say this. Not all single children are spoiled. Semicolon, however, comma. Spoiled children are more likely to also be single children, in my opinion. I feel like if you are an only child, you are more likely to be spoiled. Not guaranteed, right? But it's just the idea that, like, all the attention is going to you, or all the money or everything, like, there's less spread out. You don't learn to, that's what it is. You don't learn to share, right? Sharing is like, you learn communism when you learn communism if you're not an only child. No, but it's like, you learn, I guess, you have like a friend growing up. You have somebody that's probably going to fuck with you, right? So you already have a nuisance in your life from the day you're born. And things are spread out, so you share.
Yeah, like, why does he have that room? Dude's literally getting prince treatment, and no wonder he feels like he's the king.
The king of designer.
What did you say to yourself to make that okay?
Well, I gave him the bigger room because he has a lot more clothes than I do.
Oh my God, bro. This is so hard to watch. Really? You gave him the room because he has more clothes.
The king of designer.
Oh my God. Yeah, just say you're a pushover by this point.
I just let him take the bigger room with all his clothes, and I took the smaller room.
My question is why?
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I just need help with.
You know, I'm going to loosen up on the mom. I feel bad for her because I think she acknowledges that she's a pushover and genuinely wants to change. And also, I feel like this.
Yeah, there probably are times where she does say no to him, and then he just like guilts her and she folds immediately.
Son is well aware of the fact that the mom is a pushover. He's taking advantage of that, actually, by moving into the master bedroom, getting all this money from her, etc. So I really do feel for the mom in this situation. As much as she's the enabler in it, she still is acknowledging it and trying to change. So salute to her. I hope it happens. Hopefully she can build the courage to make some change. Because who wants to raise a spoiled rich kid, bro? Those kids are the worst.
Reparenting for us, this whole situation with
here.
Ryan.
Yeah, helps here.
Dr. Phil, that smile is very creepy. Please stop.
I really do.
Oh, help is here.
Okay, Phil.
Oh, help is here. Don't you worry. After I get my Fortnite skin, we're going to be killing your son. That's how we're going to get rid of the problem for you. You're welcome. You've been cured. Next person.
Please stop. You're creeping me out.
You know, he's been writing in, actually. He wrote to me on...
You see how nervous he looks? Oh, boy. I think he knows what's coming. Better get them job applications ready.
He says, my mom thinks I have a spending and attitude problem. I want her to stop picking on me. I feel like she doesn't want me to have a normal teenage life.
What? A normal teenage life doesn't consist of getting thousands of dollars in allowance a month.
A normal teenage life is being broke and hanging out in the parking lot of, like, a Target and sitting around with your friends and going, so what do we do? So what do we do?
Or having every single designer piece of clothing ever. That is not a normal teenage life, bro. I feel like a normal teenage life consists of going to school, getting a part-time job, maybe. I know me and a lot of my friends had part-time jobs while we were young.
I think most people in high school, if they get a job, it's usually senior year, maybe a summer job. And then you usually get, like, your first, like, long form or long part-time job in college.
Maybe getting your first car as well. Like, those are things that consist of a normal teenage life. That statement he made of, I just want to have a normal teenage life, so she should give me all this allowance and all these clothes. That statement alone just goes to show how out of touch he is.
Every time I try to go out with my friends, she always wants to know where I'm going and who I'm going with.
What? That is the most tame parent thing. Bro, that is the most normal, that is the most reasonable thing. Where are you going? Where are you going? Here. Okay, that's whatever. That's like bare minimum. It's like, what, just not having your kid disappear for fucking 10 hours?
Yes.
Hey, that's a normal part of teenage life too. My mom had my location, bro. My mom was knowing.
I think that's most parents now. Yeah, they got the location. They got your iPhone. Yeah, I think that. But there's maybe parents that are like, oh yeah, you can't go out with your friends. Hey, where do you want to go? Here, never mind, you can't go. Like, that's dickhead shit. But if they just want to know where you're going,
everything about where I was at, who I was with, like,
or yeah,
all
like Life 360 is another app.
That stuff, that's like parenting 101. As much as I didn't like it, I understand now that those are pretty normal parenting techniques.
I just want Dr. Phil to talk to my mom and get us on better terms as far as our relationship, and see if he can get my allowance raised.
Of course. Damn, he is really bag chasing here.
I feel like he's living in the fucking dark realm, dude. This guy's living in the fucking dreamland, man. Hey, Dr. Phil, could you get my mom to pay me more money?
Not in the organic way. He's just trying to take from his mom. This is entitlement at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. Watch and observe.
That allowance is not going to happen.
going to happen. So.
And I feel as though we will have a better relationship if he can learn to save money more and spend less.
Yeah, I feel like her giving her some.
Why do that, bro? I feel like she just need to crash out on him. Like, I think that would solve. Like, I'm not saying that would solve it, but if she was like, "Shut the fuck up, you ungrateful shit, you're getting nothing," like, he'd probably crash out back, start crying, guilt trip her, then he'll give it up, you know, and then it'll be fine.
Realistic perspective of the world by making him fill out job applications and working for what he wants. I feel like that will strengthen their relationship because he'll realize how the world actually works, and then he'll realize that she's right for making him go get a job. I actually have a little story about my life when I was, I think 13 maybe, or 14, I don't remember, but I had a group of friends that were going to the movies one night and they invited me, and I remember going to my mom like, yo, can I get 20 bucks to go to the movies? And this was around the time my stepdad started becoming a member of the family, and he was in the house by this point. And I remember him telling me, nope, you're not going to ask for your mom for money. You got to go mow a lawn, go to a neighbor's house, ask to mow their lawn for some money, do something for some money, work for it. You can't just keep asking your mom for money. And since that day, bro, my life has completely...
Fuck you, Mom! I'll go sell crack on the streets! Give me the $20. The most rural, like... Fucking the most rural rich kid ever. Fuck you, Mom. I'll go fucking start cooking meth like Walter White. You don't even know how to do it. I'll figure it out.
Completely changed, bro. Because that was the day I learned the value of hard work. I'm telling you. And since that day, I've been working for everything I have. And also since that day, I've grown closer with my parents because they were teaching a valuable lesson. And right after that day, I started mowing my neighbor's lawns and I started stacking up. Overall, this kid's definitely just spoiled and entitled, and it's partially the mom's fault. Well, mostly the mom's fault, but at least she's acknowledging it and trying to make some changes to make sure that he can work for what he gets in life and understands that money isn't a given in life. And yeah, that's...
Yeah, I mean, that's about all you could say. I wish they did update shit for this. He wants $1,500. That's not... I've never even gotten allowance. What's like a reasonable allowance? If you're gonna give an allowance, I feel like it's like $50. Like, here's $50 a month. Now you could go get food once a month, or, you know, buy a ticket to Six Flags or some shit. Like, you could fucking buy a video game. What dying on every drug feels like.
The pencil incident. Shrooms are a natural psychedelic that cause hallucinations. About 30 minutes after eating...
The pencil incident? I thought this was about dying on a drug. What, did he fucking kill himself with a pencil?
Shrooms are a natural psychedelic that cause hallucinations. About 30 minutes after eating them, colors get brighter, patterns start...
Nah, it's like 15 minutes, dude. It's like almost instantly. It's terrible. It's not like edibles. Also, I gotta say this shit. Whenever somebody says to you, oh, an edible takes an hour and a half to kick in, you're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. If I ate an edible, I'm feeling that shit 20 minutes in. Not to the peak. Yeah, it'll peak 2 hours in. But like, I'll feel that instantly. Mushrooms, 10 minutes in, I'm tweaking. Not like tweaking, but I'm like, I feel it.
Rolling on the walls, time stretches like taffy, and your sense of self begins to melt. Your brain is rushed into a state of euphoria, leaving you questioning what's real and what's not. But what happens when you take too much? On a calm Saturday afternoon, a 21-year-old Hispanic man would return home from work and consume an unspecified quantity of shrooms. Shortly after consumption, he started...
You don't even really need to take that much to freak out, man. I've had friends that are like, you know, big weed heads that have... I've told the story about it, where I had a friend that thought he was in the movie Get Out, and he wanted to call the cops on himself, and he thought I was a fucking part of the Nazi regime. Like, dude, some people can't handle that. Like, it's scary, right? Like, you could take like 2 grams and crash out. Like, you could literally like tweak. Oh, I haven't told that in a while. This was like a few years ago. We were out at an Airbnb. My friend took like a few grams. He only probably took like 1.5 grams. It might have been of like Trinity or penis envy, so like a strong mushroom. But he was like freaking out, and he was like, I'm gonna smoke this blunt. It's gonna calm me down. And I went, no, it's not. In like the nicest way possible, because I didn't want to freak him out, because I know he was tripping as well. So then me and my friend started playing Multiverses back when that shit was popping. And I'm fucking maining, you know, Superman, and I'm playing Harley Quinn, and we're like, you know, going at it. And behind me I hear, yo, man, you're not real. And I go, pause the game, because we're playing local, right? And I go, me and my friend simultaneously turn, and I'm like, uh-oh. And my one friend is holding him by his shoulders, like trying to calm him down. And he's like, bro, you need to give me your keys, man. Because he's already panicking. He's like, this guy's going to freak out. He calls his mom. He starts talking to his mom about how like just random, like not philosophical shit. Well, you think it's philosophical, but in reality, he's just like, oh, life's an illusion. Fucking the firmament. You know, he's just spewing fucking crazy shit. And then he like almost starts like fighting us. And he's like, I'm going to call an ambulance. I'm going to get out of here. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? I'm like, calm down, man. And we finally like talk sense into him. He like falls asleep. Next day, he was like, yeah, I was ready to kill y'all. I was like, whoa, maybe you shouldn't do that. So yeah, you could like tweak on any amount. Off 1.5? Yeah, 1.5 a high one. It's also just, dude, it's like psychedelics are not, I would say like, I did a whole philosophy video on psychedelic drugs and like what I've done and, you know, what I think is like, you know, my own personal experience and takeaways and the negatives. Psychedelics are so some people just can't take them, man. Like, I think they're dangerous in general. Like, you got to be, you know, wary and safe with everything. But it's like, that shit, dude, you could be in a, even if you're in a bad mindset, like, say you just got through a breakup and you just take shrooms, you're going to have a terrible time. You're going to have because all you're going to think about is that. If you're ever going through something, it's just going to bring it to the forefront of your mind. So unless you're in, like, a perfectly mental clear headspace, you never want to be on that shit.
Experiencing a bad trip and begun acting erratically upon arriving to his house. His stepfather and brother would step in and restrain him to try to calm him down, but he'd break free of their grasp and also break a glass vase in the process. In his frenzied state, he'd then begin to rub himself against the glass shards on the floor and severely injure his arms and legs. His brother and stepfather would successfully intervene to stop him from injuring himself any further with the glass shards, and he'd be...
I would duct tape him to a chair. He started fucking rubbing his body against shards of glass.
Shockingly enough, in a horrific act, he'd take a number 2 pencil that was laying on the desk, stand it upright, and repeatedly smash his head on the sharpened pencil. When he raised his head, he'd reveal that he jabbed the pencil repeatedly into both of his eye sockets. He would stand up again to do something else, but quickly vomited on himself, leaving his family in a state of total panic. Emergency services were called, where they tried...
I would think he was on, like, bath salts, bro. If somebody, bro, he ran into the house, started rubbing glass on himself, stabbed himself in the fucking head with a pencil.
Desperately to save the young man's life, but unfortunately, they would only get so far. Shrooms are one of the least toxic substances in the world. You'd need...
Least toxic, they have the least deaths, least overdoses.
Need to eat dozens or even hundreds of grams to fatally overdose. But that doesn't mean people can't die from it. Most fatalities come...
Yeah, most people that are dying from mushrooms are having a bad trip, and then they, like, think they can fly and jump out of a building. Or they, you know, get in a car and decide they want to drive. You know, shit like that.
From behavioral toxicity, panicking, jumping out windows, walking into traffic, or doing something fatal during a full-blown psychotic break. You won't pass away from the drug itself. You'll pass away from what it does to your mind.
A lot of people have been asking me to re-release merch, and I originally didn't want to do that because I think it ruins the limited ability that the merch drops have for the week or two that it's out where you can get it at that time. But since we've gotten so many requests, I thought it would be a fun idea to do a re-release in the summer of some of the most popular designs of the previous, 3, 4, 5 merch drops that I've done in different color schemes. So you can see we have some previous things here in different colors, as well as the Memento Mori pants. 1 minute, this is like the fucking 10th reshoot. God damn it. A more Fati shirt in blue. There's a bunch of different colors. Some of the original ones as well. Check it out, joebartolozzistore.com. It will be out for like a week, 2 max. Then the next real new drop will be in November. But if you want to catch any of the merch that you previously might have missed, especially in different colors, go check it out, joebartolozzistore.com. Thank y'all. Let's get back into the video.
The Gator incident. Now let's talk
They
about...
come from poop? They do come from poop. There's people in Florida that's jobs are, well, they're not like hired employees. They do this illegally. But they just do it for recreational use and they don't want to pay for them. They'll go into cow farms in Florida and just look for cow shit and just pick out the mushrooms that are growing in it. Because those are the ones that are just generally hallucinogenic.
Meth. When it hits, you feel invincible. This substance cranks up your sympathetic nervous system and causes an explosive release of dopamine in your body. Your heart starts racing, you become laser focused, and you'll be filled with unstoppable energy. The high can last 8 to 16 hours. No sleep.
8 to 16 hours off meth? I thought meth was a short high. That's what they made in fucking Breaking Bad. Did they just portray that badly in Breaking Bad? Because when they show the meth in Breaking Bad and they show them doing it, like Jesse Pinkman will be like, "Oh yeah, that's good," and then 10 minutes later he's normal. Is he still just high on meth, but he's just not showing it? Like he'd be like tweaking.
No food, just intense stimulation. And when you take too much, your body turns into an absolute war zone. On May 26th, in Orlando, Florida, concerned bystanders would phone a call to police officers to let them know that there was a man on a racetrack shaking violently, asking to see his son. When police arrived, he was nowhere to be found, until suddenly he was located in a lake, full of alligators. Officers would try to throw the man a life vest, but he'd refuse it and would start getting attacked by the alligators in the water. And
oh my God, he ran into a lake with alligators on meth.
to officers' surprise, like it was a scene straight out of a horror movie, the man actually resurfaced out of the lake, covered in severe injuries and carrying gardening shears. He would charge at the officers in their car, and in response, they would tase him repeatedly, but it would have absolutely...
He lived? Like, the alligators didn't kill him. He ran out of the fucking lake and charged. Where did he even get garden shears from?
no effect. It was only when the man jumped into the passenger seat of the police cruiser and tried reaching for a rifle in the vehicle that officers finally used lethal force. Meth hijacks your brain's
I feel like in that instance, I'm probably going to try and use lethal force earlier. If a man on meth survives an alligator attack and runs at me with rusty garden shears, full speed, I'm immediately going, this taser's not going to stop this guy. Like, anything that I do outside of killing him is probably not going to stop him.
Reward system and sends your body into overdrive. It burns out your dopamine center and disrupts your central nervous system so much that your body both loses touch with reality and can no longer regulate.
Hitler was on meth? Dude, there was a lot of soldiers in World War II that were on meth to keep you awake. We watched a video about that. Meth Field Finn. It's like a fucking, there's multiple stories. In earlier wars, to keep people awake for long periods of time, they would just give you meth. It'd be like pills, and they weren't called meth, but it was meth. Like, you would just be awake for fucking 3 days. Even in modern times, I have a friend that served in the Middle East and in, like, China, South Korea, watching, like, U-boats and shit. And he said that a lot of the guys that he served with would basically sleep because they would have to sleep. So they'd lay down. Where did I hear this? Was it from him? I think he told me this story. They would lay in a fucking, like, not a trench, but they'd lay in like an area that would be impressed into the ground. Like, they dug it out. And they had to have people, like, watch them, right? Because obviously while they're asleep, they could get ambushed and killed. So they had to have somebody that stayed awake. And the guy that they would have stay awake was the dude that was, like, watching the aerial shit from above that would, like, drone strike people. And he would have to stay awake for, like, a week or, like, 5 days or however long it was. So they said he would just be on fucking meth, like, the whole time. Like, meth or whatever drug they gave him. And he would just be, like wired. Because while they're sleeping, they just hear the ground shattering. Because this guy that's been awake for fucking 72 hours is just fucking bombing people that are closing in on them.
Regulate its temperature. Your organs can literally cook from the inside out and cause you to collapse. You can have a heart attack, or you could simply just go on a rampage and meet an early...
If the normal human threshold for no sleep is like 5 days and then you hallucinate, I feel like you start hallucinating before then. I think it's like 2 days. If you stayed awake for 48 hours, you would probably have, like, low-level hallucinations. Not to the point where you're seeing things, but, like, you might hear some shit that's not there, like noises or whatever, and then, like, 3, 4, 5 days in, you're probably going to be full tweaking.
The 108th incident. Weed is by far one of the most commonly used substances in the United States. Within minutes of smoking, you're relaxed, music sounds better, jokes are funnier, and you get really, really hungry.
No, it depends. It depends on the weed. It depends on the person. I know people that smoke weed and don't get hungry at all. If anything, they're actually less hungry. I get really hungry. If I get high, I could probably eat like 5,000 calories. I've thought about doing that one challenge that YouTubers do where they get 4 people in a car and you go fast food place to fast food place and you just have to order what the person in front of you got and see how many fast food places you could go to. I would sit in the back of the car and just get so high. I think I could eat an entire KFC chicken bucket if I was high. Like a bucket. No problem. And I'd be like, yeah, I need more. Drink a few sodas.
You might feel euphoric, or anxious, or both. It depends on the strain, your mood.
Yeah, you ever get so high you start twitching? That's the worst. I'm laying down. I feel like I'm stun locked. I feel like I weigh 10,000 pounds. I'm just going. That's a bad high. That's not a fun time. That's actually the worst. Eye twitching. I've never had my eyes twitch, but it's never on like smoking. But there's times where I've been with my friends and he's like, dude, eat this edible. And it'll be a homemade cookie. And it's just an indiscernible amount of marijuana. And he'll be like, they're anywhere between 10 and 50. And so I'll eat one or two. And then like an hour and a half in, I'm just like, oh my God. Like I can't even, like I'm not tired, but I can't sleep. Because if you try falling asleep, you actually start like tripping. Because you're like, you're high on the edible weed and that becomes like hallucinogenic almost. And so I start hearing like fucking auditory things. Like there was one time I was watching Family Guy. I started falling asleep and they played this song and I swear to God, like the music entered my brain and I felt the sound like reverberating off the inside of my skull. And I went, I like stood up and I was like, I'm dying.
Food and your brain chemistry. So what happened?
I'd be thinking of people who were walking in my house. The most high I ever was the time I was hanging out with Brooke and it was Halloween and we were watching a Jason movie or Michael Myers and I deadass convinced myself my life led up to me dying in a horror movie. I was like, wow, I'm in a movie about a guy that's watching a horror movie and he's in one. And that was terrible. And I in the back of my head, I was like, that's not real, right? But I was like, you know, I was corner sweeping, you know, like a Ready or Not rainbow, like side peek. I'd be like looking around.
When you smoke too much of it, well, here's the truth. You can't die from THC toxicity alone. There's no known lethal dose in humans. You'd have to smoke.
Yeah, for you to die from weed, you would need to eat like pounds of it.
Thousands of joints in a short time to even come close. But that doesn't mean weed is harmless. In the spring of 2018 in California, a woman who had just befriended a man.
Well, it's very common. My friend's a paramedic. Not trying to do this friend shit anymore, right? Joe has a friend for everything. No, this is the same guy that I tell half the stories about. My friend's a paramedic. I've talked about him before. He responds to old people like your parents getting too high on weed and they think they're dying. And they'll call them. And it's very common that like people in their 40s or 50s that remember weed from the 80s getting high now, right? And weed has gotten 10, 20 times stronger, right? Like a joint your parents smoked in the 80s is like 1/10 of what it is now, right? Or like 1/6, 1/8. And edibles are even wet or even stronger, especially if it's like gummies. And so he says like once every other week, he actually gets a call from like 50-year-old like couples that decided they were going to eat like 100 milligrams of weed, thinking they would just be like averagely high and like full on freaking out and like calling being like, I'm dying, please.
And at a dog park she frequently visited would follow him home to his apartment for a quick spark up session.
100? Yeah, no, that it's 100 of whatever boof shit or what. Like most dispensaries are getting 10 milligram edibles. That's what I eat. But like, if you get stuff from like gas station gummies are like 50s and they feel like 10s.
Which, mind you, is totally legal in the state of California.
Got to do research. I know, bro. I feel like how crazy you got to be to just like no questions asked. Somebody hands you a weed gummy and you just eat it. Like the first thing I'm going, how much is this? Right. And I'm like, don't lie to me. Cause I've had my friends lie to me. It's 10. I eat it. That was 30. Fuck you. Right. That's like the most common thing. No, it's 10, bro. It's just a regular 10. I eat it 30. Fuck. And then I'm sitting there and you're like, oh, you already digested it. So now you're just along for the fucking ride. Bitch ass friends. Oh, no, it's dickhead shit. I mean, it's like borderline drugging, but I'm like, I've never been like mad. It would be different if I was like, what is this? He's like 10 milligrams. I eat it and he goes, that was Xanax. Then I'd be like, whoa, you just drugged me. But if he convinces me to eat a 10 or a 20 milligram edible and then he's like, it's 30, I'm going to be like a little upset.
California. After the two finished lighting up grass through a bong, the woman would unexpectedly shoot up from her seat straight to the kitchen and grab 3 knives.
Hey, could you come back with some chips? And maybe some ice cream? And maybe some chicken Oh, are you trying to chop up some salsa? I love salsa.
Jim, I'm not making salsa.
In just the blink of an eye, she would stab the man repeatedly nonstop, 100
Off weed? She hit a bong and then stabbed him 100 times?
and 8 times. His body would be covered in marks from head to toe, and his face would nearly be entirely carved out. Officers that arrived at the scene would find that she had also stabbed her dog, and shockingly enough, had stabbed herself 40 times, and was still in the process of doing it. They would quickly intervene and try
How is she not dead?
physically stop her, but it wasn't enough. Officers would tase her 4 times to try to break her psychotic frenzy, but it would be to no avail. In order to get her to stop, one police officer had to swing a baton at her arm 9 times to break it, and finally
Okay, I gotta say this. In this instance, I feel like A, this woman already had predisposition to like mental problems, or B, their shit was laced. Because I've never seen or heard of somebody smoke weed and then like have murderous tendencies.
She would release her grip from the knife. The man unfortunately didn't make it, but surprisingly, the woman did. And even more
She lived? She stabbed herself 40 times and didn't die?
shockingly, she faced 0 prison time for her actions because it was
What woman who avoided prison after stabbing lover 108 times is appealing. Now his dad is speaking out. Not only did my son not get any justice, our family did not get any justice here either.
proven in court that she experienced what is commonly known as cannabis-induced psychosis.
What? Cannabis-induced psychosis. Some people who have marijuana may experience acute symptoms of psychosis, including paranoia, delusions, disorganized thinking, or even hallucinations. Yeah, man, but like developing worsening chronic psychotic conditions like schizophrenia, that does happen with people, but like to the point where she just gets up and like kills her fucking boyfriend.
The woman was very inexperienced when it came to smoking weed, and that
Oh. Well, she might have been predisposed to like schizophrenia. If you have family members, like if your dad or mom has like schizophrenia or like certain mental disorders, you're not supposed to ever use weed because it can bring it out earlier or like spark it. Same with hallucinogenics.
that potentially played a huge role in why she experienced this rare phenomenon. She was placed on probation for 2 years and was required to do 100 hours of community service. The man's family, especially his father, were extremely upset when they heard about this. Understandably so.
It should never have happened. She should have never have been allowed to walk free. She should have done some time. You know, you had a jury that convicted her, a unanimous conviction.
Yeah, man. I kind of want to agree with him. If I smoked weed, tweaked out, and killed somebody, I don't think there should be no repercussion, right? Like you murdered someone.
In less than 4 hours, and the judge went completely against all 3 of those entities and just said, "You're free to go."
The stove.
Or at least have to go get like mental health help, bro. Like even she could plead insanity in that moment and then like go to a ward and get help.
YouTube really didn't like the case on ecstasy that I found. So instead, we'll go over this situation where a 26-year-old martial arts fighter and his sparring partner consumed an unnatural amount of shrooms while in their apartment. Initially, everything was fine, until they became convinced that the world was coming to an end and that the two were fighting a battle of life and death between...
Well, the biggest thing is, even if shrooms is something you can't die of, people that abuse shrooms go insane. Like I remember there was a guy in my college class that was talking about his friend that he can't even hang out with anymore because he's fully lost his mind. He would take mushrooms every day for like 6 months, and he started taping dog treats to the ceiling and like doing really weird shit. Like thinking people were watching him all the time. Like just like full on paranoia and like just doing things that don't make any sense. But like when he tries to explain it to you, he gets mad that you don't understand it.
God and the devil. The two would begin their legendary battle, and finally when the struggle
While
finished...
sober? Yeah, because I mean, dude, you gotta think, if you're tripping, if you take mushrooms and trip for 6 to 8 hours, right? 10 hours maybe. I like the longest. When you come out of that, you feel you're in a weird funk for a day, maybe a week, right? Like you're coming out of that, you have to digest the situation. Now, imagine if you're tripping nonstop for like a month and then you leave that. Like, reality is no longer reality. Like that, there's some people that are like perma tripping off acid where they've taken so much that it's actually like fucked their brain wiring and they like literally just see hallucinations all the time and they have to live their life like with that.
Their friend would walk into their apartment room only to find the martial arts fighter standing butt naked in the kitchen cooking his friend's heart and remains in a stove.
Oh, what?
Legendary battle, and finally when the struggle finished, their friend would walk into their apartment room only to find the martial arts fighter standing butt naked in the kitchen cooking his friend's heart and remains in a stove. The victim would be found laying on the couch, missing his face, tongue, and heart. And sadly, the autopsy revealed that he was alive when his chest was ripped open and his heart was taken out. The martial arts fighter wouldn't be as lucky as the woman in our last case. He'd be formally charged and sentenced to 47 years in state prison for what he did to his friend. Now, this probably makes the US legal system
ripping out his heart while he was alive
come off as a little hypocritical, considering that in the other case, the woman was allowed to blame psychosis for her actions and be cleared of any severe wrongdoing, whereas in this case, the fighter's state of influence was ignored and he was directly sentenced.
And I feel like in this instance, I'm not trying to give any, sort of leeway for this guy, but I feel like you have higher grounds to go, I was in a wrong state of mind when you're on 8 grams of mushrooms, like literally reality is bending with fucking hallucinations versus you hit a bong twice and started freaking out.
But,
like even if you're going into cannabis based like psychosis, like that's surely not as bad as like being on like high levels of mushrooms.
Honestly, that's your opinion to make.
Have you ever had shrooms? Yeah, that's what we're fucking talking about.
When it comes to overdosing on psilocybin, you'll find...
And I'm not promoting that either. I really need to say that, right? Like, I know I use weed a lot, and I say, B21, it's legal in your state. Like, don't do mushrooms, right? Like, just because I say I've talked about me doing something doesn't mean you should do it.
That it rarely ever ends you through toxicity alone.
Would you recognize that you're tripping on shrooms? Yeah, If you, like, Men in Black mind wiped me, I think the same thing with weed. I could tell, like, if I ate an edible or mushrooms and you Men in Black mind wiped me 5 minutes into it, and then you were like, are you on anything? I would be able to tell you. I'd be like, yeah.
You'll need to eat an absurd amount for that to actually happen. The real danger is psychosis, panic, and delusion. Once you compromise the healthiness and security...
Do shrooms give you feelings or hallucinations? Depends on the amount, depends on the mushroom, depends on the experience, depends on the trip. Sometimes, I mean, I haven't taken them in a long time. But, like, there's going to be times where everything looks double, like everything looks laggy. Like, if you look at somebody with long hair, they go like this, it, like, flows behind them. Wood and patterns will warp. You might see or hear things, but usually like a sense of euphoria. If you close your eyes in a dark room, you really start freaking the fuck out.
Security of your mind for a quick burst of excitement, you'll find that that's where things go haywire. So in other words, don't do drugs. Have a happy day.
Well, that was a video. I don't really know what to say. 2 years of probation, 100 hours of community service for literally killing somebody. I got a year of probation, 100 hours because of graffiti on a wall. Year of probation, 100 hours for graffiti. Stabbing a person 108 times, killing them, their dog in their home gets you no jail time. The woman knew she was predisposed to psychosis and knew she shouldn't use weed. See, that's what I'm saying. She had problems, bro. That's what, like, she had problems. This was not just some random person that's like, I've never used weed before. This is somebody that has had genetic-based, mental issues where they've probably been told you should never use weed. You should never use anything that could alter your state of mind. Because it's like, then you get into the argument of like, what state of mind are you in? Because say you take some, like, I don't know. That's where things get all fucking weird, and that's why, depending on the case, things get muddled. Some people get out, some people don't. Because it's like, do you argue that they're responsible? Because she's responsible for taking the weed, which put her in a state where she killed somebody. But she is arguing that in that mental state, she didn't mean to or want to kill that person, right? So, but if you go to like a harder drug, like imagine like a Florida man on bath salts that like ripped his friend's face off. That guy probably didn't want to do that, but he did want to take the bath salts. So it's like, I don't, how do you do, what do you do there?